What's going on, y'all? What's up? What's up? So we got we got that interview stream coming up in an hour. I actually thought it was going to start early. What up, Phantom? How you doing? I thought it was starting at noon Pacific time, but it's not actually starting till 1 Pacific time. So we'll watch through that, but gonna hop back onto this Forge Guard we started yesterday, and see if we can't get a little bit further through. Yeah, it's talkative try interviewing 11th hour games. So they're supposed to be talking about itemization. So with the big upcoming update. What up, Cerberus? How you doing? So we're right where we left off yesterday. I actually played around a little bit on a Blade Dancer last night. It's crazy powerful for campaign clearing. It's just so fast. All right, where do we want to go first? Visit the Forge and the Outcast camp. Well, that's just right here.
What do you want?
Gonna have to remember where I was at with everything. Take a look. See, here we want to go there, and then we want to get these three. I'm curious on this detonation. I don't like the minus 75% duration. I think I'll probably pass on that. We'll go here, and then I'm not sure where we'll go from there. Forge weapon attack speed, so that affects the weapons. Here we go. That's just raw damage, which also applies to forged weapons. What's going on, Mr. Mamby? How you doing? We'll just have to go into everything that affects the weapons. So, I mean, we got 3 points, 4 points, another 4 points here. And then we'll go 5 points there. But yeah, let's go ahead and get it here. Appreciate it there, Mr. Mamby. Enjoy. So what I'm going to do is play for an hour here, and then we'll watch that stream. I'm not sure how long that interview is going to go, but then we'll watch that. Didn't get any swords out. I should have 10 swords I can go now. Now I'm curious too. They released some more info, little teaser info on the Sentinel and the rework that's happening with the Sentinel. And I'm wondering if you go this build, but do the two-hander. See, the damage for these forged weapons is based off of your weapon. So I'm wondering if you did the two-hander and the shield, if that would give you enough survivability to really push into the end game and still have enough power to kill stuff. I feel like with these forge weapons, the single target damage is decent. But I wonder about the AoE clear. I mean, we'll get a little bit more power as we go here, of course, but is there a up here? No, well, there is. I don't know if I'm supposed to go up or down here. We can at least go up to that. See if we got any loot here. I'm not really sure exactly what I could do to get a little better AoE clear. Alright, what do we got there? Evade is replaced by Summon Crab. That might be interesting. Because we're going to be going into minion damage with our gear. Get them, little swords. All right, let's plug that bad boy in. Oh, shoot. Am I using... or no? Where's the crab? Oh, or is that... I thought that was a minion. I guess not. All right, let's see. Where were we going here? We're working on Forge Guard. And we want to get... Not sure where we want to go into now. Oh, my gloves are changing it to fear. Throwing attacks. That's throwing. I guess we keep going into this flat damage now till we get some more points. Yeah, I just got the ring. Oh, I got Manifest Armor.
And Exiles.
Oh.
Welcome to
There's Talkative Try. Let me mute him.
For the Last Epoch Season 2 Tombs of the Erased.
We'll jump back into that when the actual interview happens. Yeah, Evade is replaced by Terrify. Well, let's just throw these gloves back on for now so we get our crab. Let's see. Oh, there it is. What up, little homie? This is the first time I've used that. I know it's been in the game for a minute, but... You can't get more than one, right? No, we're on a 1 crab limit here. Go this way. I tell you, I'm very curious about several Sentinel builds now. I don't want to be the Sentinel guy. But God, reading through that little teaser today, it just makes me want to make like 6 Sentinels in the next update. Or maybe even 8. Maybe 8 Sentinels. Because I still haven't even gotten into the hammer throws. I want to do like a test run of a pally and stuff too, you know? Oh, I got the manifest armor and I haven't even popped it out yet. That's one I want to specialize in. Some of this cleaned up. Yeah, just the AoE clear does not seem great. Like I said, I think there's ways we can improve that. Up that in right there. Gotta remember, must keep spinning. Oh, did my crab die? Or does it have a duration? Oh, is that the duration? I wanted to put that on my bar. Let's see. Manifest armor. That's a south.
Yes? Gods be with you.
All right. And what else do I want here? I need to get some points in Pally before I unlock sigils, which I'm assuming we use that. Go to the heal. We go here first. I guess you just need to evade again and you resummon them, so. I'm wondering if we take lunge, if we don't specialize lunge. I mean, I'm probably still going to use lunge, but maybe not specialize it. I'm not sure. What do we have? Well, we got 2 slots left. We can do lunge and manifest armor. And be good. I like having like that heal and stuff with lunge, and then being able to apply debuffs to them right up front, you know? No duration at all. That's awesome. There's no way to scale it up, though, other than minion damage there, right? I mean, obviously, we would want a bunch of minion rolls on our gear. Look here, Captain. Or is it just a meme? I see people using it. The crab. See what we got here. Decayed skull. I feel like I banish an awful lot of those. Do you guys banish a lot of those? I mean, I just feel like there's no reason to take the gear if it's not something you're really going to use. Let me in. Well, I can kill you and all your friends. I'm done with this PoE League just because I just didn't enjoy it. They're making updates to it right now, but we're so close to the Last Epoch season that I'm just full on with it. Prepping up for it and knocking the rust off because it has been a minute. I'm sure lots of people are still just even getting started in the PoE too. It was a way. It's good. It's good that you missed it because it was an absolute disaster. I mean, that piece is probably worth yoinking. All right, can we just fast travel here? Or no, we can't. You put info on the crab in Discord? All right, I'll check it out. See here. Oh, it scales off of strength too. So just minion damage and then minion damage and strength stacking. I don't know. We'll have to look at boss kills, kill times, or whatever in comparison. I tell you, after playing that Blade Dancer last night, though, everything feels so slow. That Blade Dancer just racks. I mean, these mobs are all one-taps on the Blade Dancer, you know? I ain't doing it, though. Sci-Tech, I ain't doing it. I'm staying true to the spin. No matter how much the temptation grabs me, I will not start a Blade Dancer as my season starter. Not doing it. Now, I'm not against having one down the road. But I definitely will not be starting it. The way I look at it is you got a lot of just grind for a season starter. Like, getting your monolith squared away and leveled up and everything else. It's just a lot of grind. So, you know, might as well enjoy your grind, right? That and, you know, like, Echoing Warpath will... Right now, as it stands, it's either going to be Echoing Warpath or the Fire Warpath, the Ignite Pally. I'm going to be starting one of those. I'm actually kind of leaning towards the Ignite Pally, probably. But I'm curious about, like, Dot Void Knight now, too. I just am unsure on the scaling, you know? I mean, when you can get... Like, last night on... I was playing on my Ignite Pally, and I did the Crab Cakes monolith. On the Crab Cakes fight, I got 240 stacks of Ignite going on him. I got up to 240 at one point. And, like, I am in completely unoptimized gear, you know? But it just makes me wonder, with optimized gear, you know, could I get that up to 500, 600? I just don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Can you ban that bot, somebody? The old Twitch bot. Oh, it shows up as a likely ban evader. Talking about Aramir. No, believe it or not, Aramir might have to ban him. I'll just ban him. The bots all are flagged, or not all of them, but a lot of them are flagged now, where it shows up as chat restricted and you have to be a mod or whatever to see it. I know it's up, right? Yep. Wrong path every time. And I'm wondering, too, just to get some damage out of Warpath here, because so much that you do to yourself doesn't apply to your minions, you know? Like, just to get some decent damage out of Warpath, do I try going Ignite? on this guy just to get some ignite stacks going. So I get something. Yeah. I will. Well, you got to run right past it, so I won't run past it this time now that I know that I need that one for the Wave 7. The lack of keys has been pretty disheartening. You know, I've only got one more monolith to clear to get empowered on my Pally. And I still have not found another key yet. It's ridiculous. We got points. You know, where do we want to go here? I mean, we could jack our health and health regen. Oh, here's some bleed. You and your minions. So this affects minions as well. So we'll go into that. Get a little minion bleed going. All right, man. So I completely missed something there. I mean, there's a waypoint. How do I get over to that waypoint? I'm not seeing any paths up here. Maybe that's a waypoint for a different zone. So many splits in the road here. Gonna be a lot of backtracking if I took the wrong way. I thought that I had... Oh, there we go. There's 9. I can have up to 10 swords out at a time, but I don't feel like I'm hitting 10. There's 10. Just for a second. Oh, this is how we get around to that waypoint, I bet. They're not attacking him. One of them is. A little janky on the swords here. Oh, there's the waypoint right there. Let's just go to the waypoint and we'll get back on track, because that's all we needed to do there was get that idol unlocked. Alright, so we need to get back to Risen Lake. I'll have to keep an eye on the time. We got about 25 more minutes until the interview is supposed to start.
Welcome, traveler. May Etera smile.
Actually, you're getting a lot. The bleed stacks really stacked up high. I guess there's 10 different things, plus the crab and the manifest armor all attacking it. But yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, and it doubles with a two-handed weapon. So it looks like we're definitely going to be stacking some bleed here. All right, what did we have here? Oh, I don't have the summon frequency and everything upgraded yet. That's why I'm not getting the 10 out so fast. We still got a ways to go here. I mean, forged weapon attack speed. I feel like we go 4 there next.
May Etera smile upon you.
The Vision interview? No, I'm not going to watch the Vision interview. I'm talking about the Last Epoch interview. I'm not super interested in PoE 2 right now. Probably until another league launches. I tell you what I need to do if I jump back into the current league. I just need to start a fresh character and start from the beginning. Because right now my opinions are all soured, you know?
What do you want?
So if I do get back into PoE 2 before the league is done. Oh, Ring of Shields might be good too. For survivability. Oh, see, I got lots of stuff. We can max that out. We can go 5 points into the minion armor shred chance. We got lots of options here. We'll get these minions all jacked. All right, travel west. So we're going to have to go back to the Risen Lake and go through the Fallen Tower to Imperial Fatima, it looks like. Let me see if I have... What we got there? Vitality and Poison Resist. Still need lots of gear replacements. I want to pray I get that +1 warpath off of this. You can do it. You can do it. Yay! All right, so through the Fallen Tower. I should have kept going where I was at instead of teleporting back to town. The Smith of Katava is probably the most played class right now, probably so. I mean, there is a lot of people playing Amazons, but the problem is it's such a painful early experience. I think that's my main complaint. You know, obviously, when you get all decked out in gear, you're going to be powerful. My main complaint is the early experience was just not fun, you know? The first 2 acts suck. I logged back on after that update last night and tried the Act 2 boss again, and I still just got raffle stomped. So I don't know if it's a gear issue or what, but I literally played for 5 minutes and turned it off and fired Last Epoch back up. That's the thing, is the season isn't even here yet for Last Epoch, and I'm having fun. And I'm playing the old content, you know? I wasn't having fun playing the brand new content in PoE 2. And I mean, to me, that's just a big deal, you know? It's weird being like a smelter type mastery. You'd think that it would be more focused on ignites than it would on bleeds. I mean, I guess it is a bunch of swords. What we got there? That is a keeper. See if I can throw anything on it to make it snazzy. Chance to bleed. I got nothing for minions, huh? Actually, frailty might be nice, too. Just go bleed. Welcome back there, Mr. Crab. That crab, I'm probably not going to get a lot of value out of it until I get some minion gear. The good part is you really can just keep running. And your minions are going to clear everything behind you. They have no problem with hanging back and clearing, you know? Oh, nice. Little Haystara. That's awesome. Mana and strength. I just don't know if I want to get rid of that haste. I mean, that's obviously a better piece. Let's see how miserable it is without having haste. It definitely is, feels way slower. Doesn't feel like the end of the world, though. Growing attack speed. Nah. Well, we should be about 15 minutes away from that interview starting. I wonder why they're doing this bully move on Last Epoch, though. I mean, they did it with their league launch, and then now doing it with their stream, too. It's definitely a corporate bully job. I'm gonna leave that, let that lizard live. It feels so lazy just holding down right click. This is definitely the laziest of the spin to win builds. I mean, hold down right click and lunge around, you know? And you're actually penalized for not holding down right click. That's the thing. It's not like that's just what you can do. If you stop spinning, you lose your swords summons, you know? See, we got a bunch of stacks of bleed and a bunch of stacks of ignite going right there. We got to find a way to get you some Last Epoch going there, though, Aramir. All right. Even more bleed and more attack speed. I mean, you will get that here as well, but there's things that you can do to avoid it, and it doesn't happen early. Like when you are in like extreme end game content, like super high corruption levels, every now and then you're probably going to get one tapped, you know? But it's not going to be like all the time. Right. Well, I mean, it's just, you know, I don't mean to fanboy out, but it's just it's a pretty well designed ARPG. And it's a really good spot as far as complexity. In between, it gives you more than what Diablo 4 offers, but it's not quite as complex as Path of Exile. And I say Path of Exile, not Path of Exile 2, because I feel like Path of Exile 2 is fairly straightforward with most of the things as far as understanding. You know, like understanding the passive tree and everything. There's a lot of nodes, but if you just type in what you're looking for in the search function, you're going to see what all you need, or what all you would want, you know? I can't leave this big old puddle of shards back here. I can take that one too. Got another bleed point here. I gotta go the other way. What do we got? Trader's Tongue. We'll banish all those. I found my first egg in one of those on the Paladin last night, and I threw my haste gloves into it, and they didn't get a good roll. A little bit of a bummer. I'm still going the wrong way, aren't I? I gotta go all the way up and around. Feels like I'm melting stuff pretty decently now, though. Let's see how we do on this boss. I mean, this is one of the easier bosses in the game, for sure. But we can get a good comparison on how fast he burns. "45 stacks of bleed and ignite." God, his shield sure is going ham quick.
Hurry, we'll break these attacks easy. I'll take that as a yes. Get to the railing.
It is a wonder I didn't drown in my armor.
Actually making decent time
I'll only slow you down.
on this guy. I haven't timed this run. So if you don't care about the idle and passive points, you can actually go to end game as soon as you get back, or as soon as you get to the town and pick up the quest to unlock the dungeon. Right here in Act 5. Chance to shred armor. I mean, that's a good sword, but not what I'm looking for. Gonna go up and around? Yeah, I think so. That crab sure does die a lot. All right, let me check Talkative Trash stream here. Ten more minutes, it looks like. So we're not quite there yet. We got points, huh? I mean, I want to get this maxed, but I feel like I should go into that. I get 4 points into that to get a little attack speed boost. All right, then we got more Warpath. We can go into frequency. Go right there. Should be able to get up to 10 swords and pretty much stay at 10 swords now. As long as I keep spinning. Oh, it's the Zappy guy. Let's get all our minions back out. Make sure we're all sorted up. The Zappy Scorpion. Oh, wow. We took him to 67%, like, instantly. Ah, that may have been because of the pylon. As soon as we get to Majelka or get to town, I will I'll log over to the interview. I don't want to miss any of it. Not fit in inventory. Yeah, we are full up. All right. We have arrived. So what I'll do, let's bring up Talkative Try. I'll just leave this right here. And see if we can't get this on screen. Welcome back there, SciTech. See. There we go. So this will be the interview. As soon as it starts, we're there. I made it to Majelka, SciTech, so I'm just sitting there. I feel like I'm making pretty good progress. I need to time some runs and look at the actual timing difference between each one. But anyway, y'all, let me go grab, I'm going to prepare for this interview by going and grabbing a coffee and taking a leak and all that good stuff. So we are queued up and ready for it. We'll get back in game and play some more Forge Guard here as soon as the interview's done. But let's see what the Last Epoch boys have to say about itemization. And give me a minute. I'll be right back here.
Hello, hello.
All right. Judd, Ross, Carv, let's start with you, Judd. Quick sound check.
Yep. Test. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
How was it? Judd, good? Did I do an okay job? Can hear Judd. Judd is good. All right. You're good. All right. Ross, let's do you one more time.
Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Was he a little quiet? He's good? Little low? Let me adjust you a little bit, Ross. I got you on my end.
Nice.
All right. All right. Go one more time, Ross.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Better? Everybody's listening to your voice very intently. You're good? All right, Carve. We saved the leaker for last. Let's go.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Test. Torilla, is this working?
Carve the goat is good. Carve better behave. Yeah. All right. I think we're good to go, everybody. I'll do the silly intro and we can hop right into it. Goodbye, chat. It was nice knowing you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Greetings and welcome, travelers, to a very special episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the amazing team behind Last Epoch, Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, to talk all about this latest update coming to the game. It has been 9 months. They have been cooking, and I thought it would be an awesome way to introduce all of you and to just break the ice if all of you could talk about your single favorite feature that is coming in Tombs of the Erased. What are you most excited for? Can we start with Judd?
All right, I missed it. I missed the start.
Sure. Yeah, we have a lot of heavy hitters coming in Season 2 in this regard. I'll speak to one that I'm personally really excited about that might not get a lot of coverage elsewhere in the conversation. So for gamepad, we've actually updated every single skill's targeting logic across the game, and there was
What
way
up,
more
Theta?
intuitive to how you'd want them to play. So, for example, if you were playing Ballista in the past, it would be that you would, if you were focusing on an enemy, it would actually summon the Ballista on top of the targeted enemy, which would aggro the enemy and probably surrounding enemies, and they'd swarm your Ballista and pretty quickly dispatch it and kill it. And that's not exactly how you'd want Ballista to be played. With the update, we've made it to where even if you're focused on a target enemy, it'll act more appropriately, where it'll cast it to the side or outside of the group of monsters, which is a way better situation for Ballista. We've also updated all the mutations of skills, so anything inside the skill trees that actually might change the targeting logic or more desirably have the target logic change. For example, things like Atera's Blessing, there's a node called Purge, which cleanses ailments off of allies. And with the update, if you do have an ally that has an ailment on it, Purge and Atera's Blessing will prioritize healing that character instead. Those are just a couple examples. Every single skill in the game has gone through this treatment and been touched. And there's also, we've updated it to have some target memory as well. For example, if you're a ranged character, imagine that you're a mage and you're casting Fireball. Previously, it would be that if you're casting Fireball at an enemy a couple times, they start to chase you, you start to kite it, you start to run in the other direction. What you would previously have to do is flick your joystick to the left, run away, then you have to flick it back to the right and start to, sling the spell again and flick it back to the left. In the update, we will memorize the target in which you were casting the spell at previously. And as long as there's not a new target recognized in the direction that you're facing with the gamepad, it'll just quickly turn around and cast the spell at that previous enemy, which makes it just way, way more fluid. And so a lot of really great gamepad updates coming in Season 2. There's even more changes to support this, like the inventory management updates that we have coming. And there's a lot more updates that we have coming for gamepad in future seasons as well that are already well underway. And remember, if you guys like playing on gamepad, it is something that you're able to hot swap to from keyboard and mouse, which is just a real cool feature to have.
That's really exciting. I know a lot of people love the options, and there's a lot of, I think like older gamers too that really like the ease that gamepad provides. So that's awesome that you guys focused on that, man.
Yes.
It's very cool. All right. Oh, yep. Hands raised right now. Yeah. So,
Oh no,
Ross?
that was me indicating the RSI that you get from
Definitely.
playing these games.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
yeah. I think half our team has terrible carpal tunnel from picking up a whole lot of loot over the years.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mostly play with gamepad just due to that.
100%. All right.
Yeah.
Ross, what are you looking forward to, man?
Yeah, personally, I'm most excited for the procedurally generated tomb and cemetery side zones that we've added. In Season 2, there are a few features that would be developed specifically for long-term use, and this is one of those.
I refuse to
What
use
was
a
built
gamepad
allows the
side tech.
studio to both release new content faster and improve existing content. For example, let's just say in future seasons we add new areas that are tied to seasonal mechanics, or we want to improve existing areas like dungeons or base monolith echoes. The new system we've worked on enables to do that a lot faster than previously. Specifically in relation to Season 2, though, we haven't had side zones in Endgame before, and tombs are really the starting point for all of the new Endgame content that we've added. These new zones feel good in terms of not being too large, not being too small. There's no loading screens when going back and forth. We've got new enemies, bosses, and rewards with them as well. With the extra time we've had, we've actually made some solid last-minute improvements here too, like
Ooh.
rotating the layouts to navigate areas better with WASD movement, which we're also adding this season. So basically, you're always traveling in a direction that's comfortable for WASD in terms of the exits and entrances from areas. That sounds like a small thing, but it's great if you're using that control scheme. Note that future zones there will be built with this in mind. We're likely to revisit older content too in this regard as well. But yeah, for me, looking forward to playing all the content this season, but the procedural generation system has me the most excited for, the future development of the game.
The WASD change sounds big. I know what you mean. It sounds small, but it makes a massive difference, especially if you're grinding through these many times over and you want to try out the beta. And you got an extra few
Welcome
weeks to work
back
on it,
there,
so WASD should feel a little bit better than it was going to on that April 2nd initial launch.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I'm excited for that. Awesome. Okay, Carve, let's close this out. What are you most excited for?
There's a lot of things, but my price is probably on the Weaver tree because it allows me to do a lot of cool stuff in the monolith, like not have arenas anymore, and a lot of target farming for items. So
Wait a
mine
second.
is
You don't like arenas
short and
either?
sweet.
What?
I do like arenas. I don't like them in the monolith.
Okay.
So when I do
You can
arena,
also-
I'll go.
Very
push
cool.
the
I
ladder,
saw that
you know.
Mike leaked the entire tree on stream last week. That
Yeah,
was
we might
bold.
maybe look at some nodes today, potentially at some point.
Oh,
for
okay.
this, maybe.
Exciting. Well, you guys, before we dive into the main topic of today's chat, which is all about itemization, and you have a bunch of exciting things to share, I had one question that I just wanted to ask all of you. Because personally, I've played about 150 hours of Last Epoch. I'm not a blaster by any means, but I usually bounced in the end game. And I think that a lot of other players shared that sentiment. But in these past 9 months, it sounds like you have done tremendous work on that end game loop and just providing new options, not only in terms of content, but itemization as well. Did one of you
Yeah,
want to
it's pretty
tackle that?
low.
What is this new end game supposed to feel like, supposed to do and accomplish?
Yeah, and so in terms of the goals, in short, we wanted to improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and set us up for future content. And you can split all these between short-term goals and long-term goals. So I'll start with the short-term goals. So looking back, season 1 added a pinnacle boss, which the game lacked. It didn't feel right that there wasn't a satisfying endpoint for endgame in this regard, both in terms of difficulty and narratively. So this was great content, but it didn't add much to the endgame holistically. So the primary short-term goal with season 2 was providing more content broadly at endgame, giving players more to do and allowing them to sink more time into min-maxing their characters. We knew we wanted to provide some element of player agency in terms of influencing the monolith. That's the Weaver tree that Car was mentioning. We knew we needed new bosses, new enemies, and we wanted to tie in more endgame itemization and crafting into the monolith. We've only really had that with the Eternity Cache, which is more in dungeon, so not specifically tied to the monolith. We were also keen to add our first side zones to Echoes as well, as that experience just didn't exist before. And then the secondary short-term goal there was responding to player feedback. So that includes a lot of changes like overall game balance, so buffs to underperforming skills and reducing the power of a few extremely overperforming skills, improving the balance between ward and health, adjusting enemy damage over time, and by adjusting I mean reducing it, and making changes to boss ward, and we've also added a bunch of quality of life features that people have been asking for, things like auto stashing, mastery respec, and so on. So all these short-term
Mastery
goals are
respec.
around basically wanting to keep players more engaged with the end game. So exactly as you're saying, Try. In terms of long-term goals, that was simple. We knew we needed to develop a procedural generation system for long-term, as mentioned before, and we also wanted to add in mechanics in Season 2 that would also integrate well with future seasonal content of the game. So things like the Weaver Tree and Woven Echo Influence, those features will likely make an appearance when we're talking about future seasonal mechanics. So yeah, to recap, improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and just set things up nicely for the long term.
The Woven Echoes look very interesting, especially the post from the first day of Hype Week yesterday, a few of the previews. I'm just very excited for the special encounters and reward types that are locked behind those. And I know this, wasn't in my list, but Uber Avarath. Okay. How hard is he? Has anyone in the office downed him easily? Or is this like we'll leave it to the players to try to down this dude eventually?
Carve, have you downed him?
Yeah, but I don't think there's been many people who have done it.
Did you did you do it ethically, or was it a little bit of a dev build? Giving yourself some powerful items?
I've done both. I've done both.
Awesome.
I think we've had some community tester members that have done it.
Yeah. We have people spend a lot of time testing that fight. Should be pretty bug free, so that's good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I'm really excited to dive into that end game and the rest of these item-related questions. So let's kick it off
crazy
with
high
that
armor.
end game itemization. So first question I wanted to touch on is how much control over your end game do you now have with itemized or craftable end game encounters? And as you just said, they will be expanded continuously. So do you have any, ideas of what you want to do in the short term?
So, most of Season 2's endgame content is via Woven Echoes, which are items that drop, and then you place them into the Echo Web. Note that these Woven Echoes aren't craftable as such. You're not sitting there and re-rolling them, looking for specific modifiers and things like that. In terms of setup, all you need to do is insert them into the Echo Web and run them. Some Woven Echoes have corruption requirements to be able to place them, but that's about it. So in terms of influencing the monolith, in terms of its rewards and encounters, most of that is done via the progression in the faction and usage of the Weaver tree rather than modifying Woven Echoes directly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the past, we've talked about itemizing monolith modifiers. We even come up with a fairly concrete plan for that. But for now, we're more keen on keeping Echoes easy to run with pretty little setup. One element that we will be using more in future updates, though, is woven echo influence. So, when placing a woven echo, there'll be a circular area, and that area will influence nearby monolith echoes. So, as mentioned before, when we have a new seasonal mechanic in a future update, perhaps you'll be able to use woven echo influence to add elements of that mechanic to surrounding echoes and things like that. But yeah, to summarize, you influence the experience in the monolith through the systems provided by the faction rather than crafting on the woven echoes.
Got it. Okay. And
It makes
Uber Abaroth
sense.
is
Corruption
the
requirements.
top tier woven echo, correct? Is there anything that's kind of close to him that requires a really high corruption to fight?
So I think it's like 500 corruption or something that you need to access it, but it's way more difficult than 500 corruption is. So if we just the same with normal Abaroth, where we give you access to it earlier than you probably are ready for it in many cases, just because we don't want to make you slog through like a long time and then you just instantly kill whatever comes your way. But in terms of difficulty, Abaroth is still probably the second hardest encounter in the game, unless we like start thinking about pushing very high corruption and then you doing this woven echoes there, because some of them do scale with modifiers and corruption. But in terms of like the earliest you get access to, Abaroth will be the second hardest fight still. Then we have Uber Abaroth, and there's some bosses coming back that people have wanted to see and some not wanted to see that are gonna be regarding some corruption.
Uber crab
Obviously
cakes.
talking about Lagon, right? The ones people don't want to see, right? Is that,
No, there will be no
no, like,
woven
Lagon?
echo with Lagon. Okay, there's no Lagon there.
Awesome. Okay. I have not been stuck on a boss in an ARPG as long as I was with Lagon. And then when it clicked, and I've been able to down him easily every time. So it took a little bit. All right. He's not that bad, guys. He's not that bad. Okay. Thanks for that answer, Ross. That's awesome. Okay. This next one has to do with something that the community brought to my attention. So there's a bunch going on with legendary potential in this update. However, lots of people have expressed that if you find an item with one legendary potential, it's kind of useless. It's kind of a feel bad moment. So are there any additional options coming for lower legendary potential items, like the 1 LP items that I just mentioned? Or are those going to stay as like oh, well, that could have been a 2 or a 3, right?
Yeah, so we're adding a couple of new features to help with the sort of, as you're saying, the life cycle of uniques. So let's just say you've got a bunch of relatively common uniques with low legendary potential. Previously, that was unfortunately the end of the road for those items. However, with the new endgame crafting options via Woven Echoes, you have a chance to redeem these items. So for example, one Woven Echo has a crafting reward that allows you to insert a bunch of unique items with legendary potential and mass re-roll the values on those items. So that has a low chance to improve the legendary potential of those items and a higher chance to effectively fail and set the legendary potential to 0. Note though that if that does happen, you can of course use the Nemesis system to improve that and see what happens. You might get lucky with the affixes that are chosen there, or you might regain the legendary potential there. One additional note on legendary potential is that it is of course weighted depending on the unique in question. So for rarer uniques, one legendary potential is already great. And it's even more powerful now with a recent change to the Eternity Cache that I think Judd and Mike have hinted at previously. So hopefully Carve is set up to demo that for us just now. He has been granted immunity to show things at this point, so he's safe. His career, no problems there.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I do.
Sounds good. Carve, go for the screen share, and we'll swap you on over.
Yeah. And before I actually show what it is,
Oh, okay.
we can do a
All right,
tiny
here we
bit
go.
of talking about why. Uh, because
right.
there's a let me know when you have the
I
screen
think
open.
it should be good. I'll look at chat one more time just to make sure it's all set. Chat, can you see the leaker's screen right now? Good to
We're
go.
just
Go
teasing
for
here,
it,
okay?
Carve.
We're just teasing here, okay? We no leaking here. So, you know how you have these very good items that you get your 1 LP on, and then you probably farm it a couple times before you actually hit your T7 int or whatever you want, and then you somehow get lucky and you get 2 LP, and you feel like, okay, I just got a massive upgrade because 2 LP is better than 1 LP on the item that you already have 1 LP. Then you farm basically the same item, maybe a bit better than you used on the previous slam, and then you just miss. You just miss. You don't get the T7 at all. And now your 2 LP that you felt like was an upgrade is basically going to the trash bin. Well, there's a use case for that in season 2, but that item doesn't really go to the trash bin anymore because we are now allowing you to select one affix as a
Oh
guarantee.
wow.
As long as the dungeon that you do is at least tier 2. So
That's huge.
I got lucky and I have a 2 LP red ring here, so I can just guarantee the int there, and then I get something extra cool.
Oh.
And this does mean that it's also easier to get one affix
That's so
on your
huge.
legendaries as well. For example, you don't really need to farm on average 4 red rings anymore to get that. You just slam it there now on the first attempt. Unless, of course, we allow you to go full RNG mode, and that just still picks it at random because streamers need to show that they're good at the game and they're lucky. But yeah, for us peasants, we can just force on the one affix we want. The other affixes for like 2 LP, 3 LP are still gonna be random, of course. But yeah,
That's
it's
awesome.
gonna help a lot.
People are freaking out. They're very, very excited for this change.
That's awesome.
You may have
Congrats.
maybe deliberately missed out one potential thing that could happen here as well, Carv. Maybe you left that.
Oh
door
yeah. So you know how you when you're crafting your normal items in the forge, and sometimes you get this nice sound, and instead of getting +1 tier, you get +2 tiers with the critical success. Now there is a very, very low chance when you're making legendaries to get critical success with Eternity Cache 2, which then just takes another affix from the item. So this could have been 3LB, but as with just getting legendary potential on uniques, the more powerful the item is, the less likely you are to crit success, and it's very rare to begin with. But so don't expect it to be happening on your red rings anytime soon. But
Yeah, that's nuts.
there's a chance though. There's a chance.
Do we have some numbers on that chance? Like, are we talking 1%, 0.5%?
Low enough that you don't really think about it, and then if it happens, it happens, and you're happy.
Oh, sweet. Well, that's pretty awesome. Should I take the magic away, Carve?
for now.
Yeah,
For now?
probably have to prepare another thing soon.
All right, we're gonna take the magic away, everybody. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll see more magic in just a second. I promise. I promise, everybody. All right, there we go. Okay, magic is gone for now. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. Wow. Sweet. Thanks for sharing that, Carve. Okay.
Yeah, we've been excited to share that one.
I was seeing more huge W's in the chat than I've ever seen before on a live stream. Pretty awesome. Okay. So after that, wow, that was a big one. Okay. I think this was the most requested question in like Discord, on the subreddit, when I was doing some prep sessions on YouTube and Twitch. People are also curious about idol crafting. Okay, they're like super interested in additional details on how that's going to work, what these idols are going to look like. And I know you did elaborate a little bit on idols in yesterday's post, but if there's anything else you'd like to share here today with everybody watching, feel free, go for it. What's going on with idols in season 2?
Yeah, I can just show it in action quickly.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's leaking again.
It's good.
Okay.
He's fast.
Oh, he's going again. Okay,
yeah,
you
I'm
guys.
fast.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. He's really fast. We're back in game. Go for it, man.
Yeah. So when you complete tombs or cemeteries, or some of the woven echo versions of these, you'll see this little thingy here on my left side, and this is where you get to place your class-specific idols. So here I have a couple that don't have any enchants yet, and then here I have a couple that do have.
Okay.
So you simply put it here. I'm in a cemetery, so I have 2 uses. If this was on a tomb, it would be only be 1, and I'll just enchant it. It'll give it a
That's
new,
cool to sell too.
usually a low tier. So this gave me a tier 2 enchant. These can go all the way to tier 7, and then it gives you some Weaver's Touch as well, which you see on the top on the item. So it has 4 Weaver's Touch, and just like Weaver's Will items, you can just go slay enemies and it'll upgrade, or you can use that's the wrong rune. That rune. You can use Rune of Weaving, that will then convert some of that. In our case, it put all of it, and it just upgraded. So now I have a tier 6 of that. That's really interesting because generally you would actually get the second affix there as well. So that's an interesting coincidence. Let's see if we can get it on the other one. There we go. So here we have 2
Oh wow.
new affixes, and they are tier 5 and tier 1. So we are missing, tier 8 total tiers. If you're very lucky, just like with Weaver's items, like Weaver's Will items, you can get up to double T7 here, which in Weaver's Will items would be like quadruple T7, but that's obviously very rare. So
yeah,
I'd expect people to get like tier 7 and then like tier 2, 3, maybe 4 on top or something like that. And of course, I didn't get what I wanted. Both of those affixes are kind of useless for me. So what I can do is, for 500 Memory Ember, which is the currency that you can farm now for the faction, you can re-enchant this. So what it does, it just removes the existing affix or Weaver's Touch, and then it adds a new one. Could be lucky or unlucky, coding the same one, but and then you can just keep doing this. So when you get your perfect normal affixes, then you'll just keep re-enchanting until you hit very high Weaver's Touch and the correct affixes on the enchant affix, and then done. So this is going to be a big sink for the Memory Ember.
And Memory Amber, I was just going to ask really quick, that's only found in tombs and cemeteries, or can you find that in other, instances throughout the game?
You can find it elsewhere too, but I would suspect most of your Memory Ember comes from doing tombs and cemeteries. Okay. And yeah, I believe these were also already teased as well. You see these little other idols here.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, since we're putting more power into class-specific idols, the normal, like the 1x1 and 2x1 and 1x2 idols would get left behind. So in these tombs and cemeteries, you can find new subtypes of these smaller idols. You can find minor, small. I think minor was small Lagonian previously, so we renamed that. And you see there's a different color affix on the top. So these idols have an exclusive better affixes compared to the non-Weaver version of these idols. And you will always be guaranteed to get at least one of these better affixes on these, and sometimes you get 2.
Damn,
and most
that's
of
a
these
good
are
piece right there.
hybrid affixes, better versions of the existing ones, but there's also some new affixes here that I don't
Okay.
think. Yeah, Firepen and Minion Firepen is a new one. And then the increased health here with the health on kill is basically the upgraded version of the increased health on the stout idols that currently exists. I think it goes to 6. Yeah, 6%. So there's some pretty good Weaver idols too that you can find.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now, people are pointing out the uses on the Woven Enchanter. Is that tied to anything, or is that a base amount for every time you clear one of these cemeteries?
In tombs, you get 1. In cemeteries, where I am currently, you get 2. Okay. And then some of the higher end Woven Echoes can grant up to 4. I think there's 3 and 4 for one of the higher ones.
Whoa! Look at those Woven Echoes right there. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Wow, I wonder.
Got its own inventory tab. Thank you.
I really like the icons. I mean, your cursor could slip like a few inches, maybe. You know.
Do it, Carve.
That. Yeah. This one isn't specific to itemization, unless we are thinking corruption as one for your alts. Yeah. There's some cool things in there.
That was a good slip. I liked it.
That was a good slip. Yeah. I didn't even remember which is where, so that was actually just a random one.
And yes, the plus icon on those Woven Echoes tells you that you can get a Weaver tree point by completing that Woven Echo. Okay. The hammer implies that it has a crafting reward at the end, and the skull is a boss encounter at the end, and then the rest of them are more varied.
Yeah, we are actually in a cemetery of reweaving right now, I believe, where one of these rewards is, not all of these Woven Echoes are gonna be awesome for you. You might not like them, some of them. So what you can do is, you can just toss them here and exchange them and hope that you get better ones.
You can exchange them all at once, and they'll come out with 3. Oh my goodness gracious! You don't have to do 3 at a time.
Yeah, and it didn't waste that. Yeah, you can just fill this up, and it's just like puts them all there.
Well, that's pretty nice, if I do say so myself.
and it is pretty satisfying, and we're leaking some more here, teasing more. Yeah, I love how it's just like looks. There's like a little rhythm there.
I'm kind of surprised.
There's a little sound
Try
effect
gave a little dig to PoE too.
Yeah, I'm
or PoE in general.
Here, so that's good. That doesn't sound. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, that was beautiful. Thank you for showing off those idols, Carve. People appreciate it. Oh wait, should I? What was that?
No. I'll just. It's just the exit back to the.
Oh, okay. All right. Here, I'll stop watching, and the magic will stop for just a little bit longer, you guys. Maybe some more magic will come on in.
I believe I need to prepare more magic now. Yeah.
Oh, yes. More magic. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. That was beautiful. Okay. It is. I'm sorry. It's just making me giddy how happy everyone is in the chat. You guys have done a phenomenal job. They're freaking out. Okay. So, moving on from idols. Now, in the Ziz and Rax interview, Holly did a great breakdown of set crafting. And lots of people are happy this made the cut for season 2 because it was like teetering on the edge there for a bit and bam, revealed set crafting's in season 2. So on that, since this is the itemization talk, is there anything extra we can dive into when it comes to set crafting and what players should expect on launch day on the 17th?
Yeah, as I'm preparing here to get my showcase of shattering them.
Nice.
Guess I can talk a bit. So set items they're kind of problematic in a way where if you can't modify them in any way, it's like a dead end item, right? Yeah. You either use it or you don't. Obviously, there's different ways to make them be useful or modify them. We didn't want to just do legendary potential but for set items, because we already have that. We might as well do something other cool because we got ideas. And this allows us to basically not have set items be a dead end in that sense.
Like a
And
dead
also
slot. Like, oh, there's no movement anymore. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Now you will most likely keep improving the set items that you have as you'll find better ones, and you try to get higher tiers of the set affix because they have all the way to tier 7, and I'm ready to share some more again.
Oh, you are? Okay, we're swapping over to the magic screen again then. Here we are. You're good to go, Carve.
Yeah, so I am at the end of the Great Bridge, where we see this nice little green glowy thing, where you can put your set items. Obviously, I didn't have my set items with me, so I'll just open my stash from here, this little nice button, and see where we go. There we go. Let's see a couple sets there. I don't remember what the key combinations here are. I'm just going to do it this way. I'm pretty sure you can do it manually, but there we go. Shift. That's the button. And then again, we see a couple uses, so you can just fill this up, and then you get the really cool stuff here. And we have a bunch of affixes on the ground, and each of these affixes, so they have their name. Like this is Corsair's Blood Cull. So this is only going to work on helmets. And we can probably craft maybe some set items. Maybe I'll show you some. What would be cool? Villatrias, maybe. Everybody likes Villatrias, right?
Yeah.
So just like any other affix, you can just craft it there now. And now this is a Villatrias Downfall Reforged. Each of the set item, we pick basically 2 modifiers.
What?
Yeah, and this is now a tier 1. This would actually be a very good contender for just sealing off, because you get the shock duration per int, and then you just get the base conversion for meteor, and then you can just craft other stats there again. But some of them are really powerful at tier 7, but there are items that there are sets that would be way too good if the set affix would also be great, because Villatrias has the spell damage per int, and if you can see it, we actually had to nerf it. It used to be 1 spell lightning damage per 1 int, but we had to turn it down because it was just so good when you were able to craft this on a very high-end base with other exalted affixes as well.
That's super
Is there
cool.
any specific set Chad would want to see?
All right, chat. Come on, spam a set. Let's go. What do we want to see? Go, go, go.
Okay, I see Shattered Lance.
Yeah, I saw 2 instant. Oh, wow, a lot of Shattered Lance.
So you get your added health regen, and you get some gold damage, and yes, we also had to cap the amount of increased damage you can get from Shattered Lance, because the buffs to health regen. So it is relatively easy for very specific masteries to get that. And I actually, if you hide very quickly, I can show you the tier 7 of this.
All right, yep, I'll hide. All right, here you go. The screen's gonna look funky, everybody. We're kind of hiding. Let me stop.
I'm doing some magic here, quick.
There you go. He's doing magic, everybody. Okay.
Am I?
Yeah, you're good.
Hidden?
We can't see.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Actually, I don't actually know how to hide this. Let me. Which one is it?
I can just. You know what? I can just stop sharing quick. That's
Oh,
nice.
there you go. Yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah. I was gonna do some hiding of all the different sources in Discord. So, or sorry.
Yeah.
and
yeah.
Work your magic. Got to leave some stuff to find out.
Okay.
On launch day.
Yeah.
All right, we're good. All right, here we go.
So that is your tier 7, and obviously all of the other affixes here are tier 7 as well, because magic be magic. So it can grant you up
Damn.
to 30 added melee cold damage. This is kind of interesting because you can also craft added melee cold damage as a normal affix as well. So you can get basically twice. But obviously the big thing here is the set bonus being just very good. Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these are pretty good. Some of these are pretty good.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
I
really
saw
excited about being able to add set items more now that we have this system in place. So if the community has any ideas for really awesome set items, do
Ooh.
feel free to plug them in the forums and Reddit and our social accounts. We're really excited to start to add these again because right now we have way more uniques than we have set items because it was a dead-end item slot previously.
How did this come up?
Yeah, it's crazy,
Were you
huh?
guys just workshopping super hard to try to come up with this new idea, and you didn't want to step on the toes of legendary potential, but you knew you didn't want set items to always be BIS for some builds out there, right?
I wonder if this one is actually one of those ideas we've just heard in the community, and we just kind of workshopped from
Ooh.
there as a base idea. This might be one of those. I'm not sure. I don't remember. We've had this idea for quite a while.
Yeah.
It just it's a lot of effort to make the system, and this is a lot of new affixes with a lot of new numbers. It took a long time getting all the numbers in there for this. Just
Okay.
manual work. It took a long time.
People
And
are
figuring
asking,
out which of the affixes we take from the sets as well.
people are asking a crazy question. I'm not sure if this is allowed or not. They're asking, can we slap this on uniques?
No,
with
the set
LP.
affixes. No,
Yeah.
no, the set affixes cannot be added into uniques.
Okay, great. Also, people were asking for the last bear. That was the other one that I saw being asked a lot. Is that one we could look at?
Which slot? There's a couple different slots.
Oh gosh, which slot? First slot. First slot wins. I don't know, chat. Chest slot. Go for it.
Chest slot is endurance with leech. Oh, this might be one of those sets that we actually buffed and we changed the bonus. I'm pretty sure the bonus is better now than it used to be. I might be this. I'm not sure if this is one. I don't think it used to have endurance threshold per strength, which it now has as a 2-piece. And obviously the 3-piece set being the 30 strength here is still massive. So this is one of those another of those affixes that you might end up just crafting as a tier 1 and then just sealing it away and then crafting another T5 on top.
Yep. That's awesome. Ooh.
Do I? As you can see, some of these. So this is a suffix on the body armor. It's a prefix. So is it the suffix or prefix? Just depends on what the stats kind of made sense to, and in some cases, put it where it has to compete with other powerful affixes. And here we get health regen, well, increased health regen.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is a pretty good, especially because this is just tier 1 right now. I think tier 7 goes all the way to 3% strength, if I remember correctly. So yeah,
awesome. Okay,
we'll definitely see some set items being used.
100%
in season 2 for sure.
Definitely.
But yeah, there's
no doubt.
there's a lot of affixes we've added this season. You know, there's the set shards, there's the affixes for the idols, there's the champion affixes. There was a lot of work to do there, and there's more coming there as well. Can't say too much though.
Sweet.
There's been a lot of affixes have been added in season 2. Yes.
Chat, you got to calm down. We're not going to ask them to show all of the set affixes. It's not happening, okay? We got to leave some for April 17th when they launch the game. Come on. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
There's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's let the magic go away. Just for a little bit, though. I'm sure will return momentarily. Here you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe we'll give another teaser at the end or something. Who knows?
Ooh, okay. All right. We'll have to see.
Maybe.
We'll have to see.
If
Okay.
chat behaves, maybe.
Chat, you have to behave, okay? Or no teaser. You heard Carve. Oh, it says, there we go. All right, Cam's good. Okay. This next one was One that I thought would be a little interesting, given how much QOL is in Last Epoch. I appreciate that massively. I can like stay in the game when I'm looking at everything, whether it's theory crafting a build or anything of the sort. So is there ever a chance we'd get an in-game compendium of unique items with possible drop locations, since there are specific places where certain items dropped in Last Epoch? It might be an awesome quality of life, an incentive to go out and hunt for these cool items. You know, I know you can go on the wiki, right? Some players really like everything in game, though. Is that something you guys have ever thought about adding?
Yeah, we're really keen on things like this. Keeping players in the game is definitely something that we aspire very heavily to do. We do this through things like having the game guide in game that has just a wealth of knowledge, including even things like damage formulas, and then also things like the Merchant's Guild Bazaar that keeps you in game without having to go to any external resources to target items or players like that. So keeping players in game is a really big goal for the studio. So this is something that's just right up our alley.
Another slight
Maybe
dig.
this takes shape as something like a bestiary or something of that nature. I think long ago we actually had a decent mock-up for a bestiary, and I do think that this would be a very good value add, especially as we continue to add more and more unique items that are attached to certain activities or behind certain
Oh, same with
boss loot
me. I forget
tables.
about it all the
So
time.
yeah, I think that's something that we absolutely could and would benefit from doing. Um, I think we have something. What is the number of uniques that we have now in the game after this
Oh,
patch? We're
gosh.
gonna have over 300 or something like that, guys.
A lot, yes.
It's a
More,
lot.
more than that.
Yeah, it's
And
a lot.
more will come. Yeah.
It's getting up there. So yeah, I think it's something that we could absolutely do. If anybody has any suggestions on how you guys would like to see that implemented, again, we would be very happy to take a look at that. And if it's something the community wants and it's something that we can achieve, yeah, it's something that's again right up our alley.
That's sweet. Exciting. Now you're all over 300 unique items now. With every update, are you guys looking to hit like a certain number or threshold of uniques added, or is it more like, hey, if we have good ideas, we're gonna try to make them work, and if they make it through all the sprints and everything and they're good to go, we'll ship them.
Sure. Yeah, I think we want to be adding uniques enough that it hits a wide number of players, play styles, character builds, et cetera, et cetera. And with the amount of masteries we have, that number is, of course, a little bit larger here. So we're trending to have kind of a similar amount for each of these large updates. And I think that's something that will continue to stay at that level or increase over time.
Oh wow.
They are things that, implementing a unique item is really it's fairly low lift for the amount of payoff, and we really enjoy doing it. They're just fun things for the team to actually go and brainstorm and implement. So yeah, it's something that we definitely are not going to slow down on making unique items. And now that we have set items in a better spot, we'll start to see the variety of items like this vary a little bit more as well.
Good to hear. And I might have
Yeah.
totally missed this in the press already released. Set items, are there any new ones coming in this update, or is that for future updates?
I don't know if there is any more new ones coming because there was such a large effort in getting the
So
set
getting all the affixes.
crafting
Yeah.
across the line.
Right.
It was something that we were, I mean, it was probably towards the third week of March or something like that. We were like, can we get this across the line in
Oh
time?
my gosh.
And we did. We slid into the garage door as it was closing with the set crafting, but very glad that we did. It's something that we've been really excited about, something that we've had on our minds for a very long time. We've always been pushing for certain uniques to exist inside the game. Like we've had this idea for a beekeepers set. For some reason, we as a studio love bees, and so we have lots of bee items in the BPS builds. And so with that, we'll be able to implement some of these fun ideas that the team has been talking about for, at this point, years. So
Okay. One more total tangent question. You love bees. You seem to love capybaras too, and so does the community. Could there be, I know there's a cosmetic coming in the game, but maybe you actually weave that into gameplay at some point in the future? Capybara army sounds pretty cool too. Maybe.
yeah, do you guys want to see an army of capybaras destroying your enemies? Is that what chat wants?
Very
I
possible.
wonder. I bet the animation team would have a really good time with that. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a capybara swarm of enemies. We'll see.
I had to throw that in there. Okay.
For sure.
Everybody's spamming yes, God, yes. Okay. Of course. Okay, this next question is one of the I'd say one of the age-old great questions of ARPGs. And it's like a hot button topic in the genre right now, especially. And I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So, some ARPGs rely on best in slot items being picked up off the floor or being crafted. Are you happy where Last Epoch currently sits on this axis, or do you think it'll move more and more toward the best items being crafted from scratch as more items are available? Of course, there are lots of different systems in Last Epoch right now that allow, dropped items to be incredible. But with all this awesome stuff implemented, is it going to, lean more toward that crafting end? What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, the short answer is that we don't want to make you spend, hours and hours on just in town crafting items. We'd rather want to see you go slay some enemies and find items and then improve them. That's why we have like the exalted stuff, for example. Like you cannot craft it. You still have even with the new crafting items, like the runes, you still have to get those exalted items to drop before you can modify them further. So yeah, I don't think Last
like
Epoch
that
is going to be
personally.
able to, or I don't think you're going to be able to see in Last Epoch stuff where you pick up an item base and then you craft it from the ground up to be the best in slot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. We value finding items a lot, and then just allow you to modify them different ways.
Well, yeah, minimal downtime is nice. It's like the Woven Echoes, right? It's you're making choices on your tree, and then you're just running the Woven Echoes. You're not spending time, trying to craft and go to the bench and do a whole bunch of stuff there too. So that's nice. Playing monsters is fun. I would agree with you. And then having those awesome hits of dopamine when you get those awesome slams. So yeah, that sounds great. Okay. So here's another one that I'm curious about. So in your eyes, is there an ideal mix of unique items and other rarity gear? Or is it truly a build by build determining factor? So kind of meaning like, do you think that full unique character builds should exist in your game en masse? Or are the best in slot items almost always going to be those highest tier non-unique rarity?
This is an interesting one because we are not like very specifically trying to make you always have a different item rarities on your gear. It's more so some builds just end up working with a hybrid of having some exalted in season 2 sets and then legendaries. Maybe in the future we'll have some items that further incentivize you to stack, I don't know, different sets or something like that, or exalteds, and you get bonuses from that. So yeah, I don't think we are very specifically trying to make sure that never happens. Yeah. But with the set rework now, we're definitely gonna be seeing less of full legendaries than before, which is, I'd say, is definitely a good thing. But that's more so because set items are now just again good in to use, not so that we want you to always have a mix. I'd expect there still to be builds that are going to be eventually just using legendaries, and in the future we might just get some other rarities that go in the mix. Who knows?
Definitely.
So we like to have open our options open.
Yeah, more options is always good. Now, something that we've been seeing, throughout this chat, we saw a little glimpse earlier. Woven Echoes. It sounds like everybody's very excited about the introduction of these. So I'm curious, what other cool itemization changes might be coming with the introduction of Woven Echoes in Tombs of the Erased?
Yeah, we could spend another 2 hours here, I guess, because all of these, there's a lot of changes that do a lot of things, even if we ignore the Woven Echoes specific things. But I can probably show you a couple. I have one actually prepared already.
Already prepared. Okay, magic happening. Here we go. I'm ready.
Yes, magic is happening. And I believe Ross mentioned this earlier. At the very beginning a bit, where having some some things on those, 1 LP, 2 LP items like that. Like for example, let's take Aberrant, Tongue of the Aberrant Seer, for example. This is a item that is quite likely to be able to roll 3 or 4 legendary potential compared to a lot of other items like Red Ring, for example. But if you find this with 1 LP, this is basically a dead item. This doesn't really have a use. 0 LP would be better because you could just toss it into the Nemesis deck and hope to get something good, or it would have to be at least like 3. So, one of the things coming this season is the ability to reroll the LP on uniques that have at least 1 legendary potential.
Oh, wow.
And if it doesn't go up, it's going to go back to 0. And again, so what happens here is it basically considers it as finding the item again, and then it checks for the legendary potential. If the legendary potential
when you find, like,
is
when you
not
find
higher
the egg
than the
in the
item
Nemesis.
when it's here in the woven potential bench, it's just gonna go to 0, and then you get another chance to upgrade through the Nemesis deck. But sometimes you get an upgrade, and that's pretty cool. Don't expect your red rings to get extra LP again, because they are already very unlikely to get it with LP to begin with.
Oh, I get it all the
But there's
time.
a point where, let's say that you're playing a build that has 2 red rings, and you have your tier 7 already on both of them. So the next
Fairly
upgrade
common
would be to
on
get a 2
Monolith
LP, right?
Nemesis.
So
I don't think I've seen it
now
in campaign.
there is a chance to get that. So when you find that 1 LP red ring, it doesn't just it's not a dead item now. You have a chance to get it, like make an upgrade. Well, 2 chances. First here, and then when it most likely fails, on the egg from the Nemesis. So I'm gonna expect some of these are gonna go to like 2 LB, and all of these are gonna go to 0. But yeah, here we go. And as you can see on the side here, we have some crafting, like affix shards, and that is because Weaver is she doesn't want to take all of your things. So when she takes away your legendary potential from items, she'll give you back some affix shards. So all of these obviously went to 0 LP, as one would expect. Most of these are probably going to be 0 as well. Let's see if we get, there we go, 2 LP. But most of these are 0, which then allows you to then
Seems like the
send them
chances
back
are
to
pretty
the Nemesis
low.
egg, and you might get 1 LP back, or you might get legendary affixes.
Even with that Aberrant
and
Seer.
So now we have a method for these items that don't
Well, it's
really
something to do with them
anything
instead of just
to
throwing them away.
have
you
more
know?
chances to be useful.
Right.
And then another cool thing, which was teased, I think, in the original trailer, that people thought was going to be this, which was the unique reroll. So I can probably go set that up, actually, real quick. Well, I'll just stop my screen. The Ross or Judd can probably talk a tiny bit while I'm going to do that.
Go. Good. We don't want to reveal any secrets. It's pretty exciting.
So in the update, we have 36 different unique woven echoes coming.
Oh, wow.
We just recorded the patch video. I recorded that, and we're at the patch video. Just the high-level overview of this patch is over 20 minutes long, and I try to condense it as much as possible because there's just so dang much going into the patch that it's very, very long. In the patch, I say there's 37 woven echoes, and the team called me out on it. So I apologize. There's 36. We'll get to 37 very shortly. I promise you.
Yeah, just slam in on the work for that 1 extra echo. Just put it in.
I agree.
Okay, I'm ready again.
All right, you ready? All right, go for it.
Well, Carve don't mess around.
Okay, so this is the thing that you saw teased in the very original teaser trailer, which has a sacrifice and a reroll.
Oh.
So this allows you to have another, So this allows you to sacrifice a unique or set item or reverse wheel item to reroll the implicit. So in here, the movement speed would be an implicit, which already is the highest roll, and then the actual affixes as well, which also happen to be max because this is a dev modded item. And the cool thing here is that remember all of the red rings that went to 0 LP.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to Nemesis Egg, then they're most likely to get like some bad affixes. So what you can do with those failed legendaries is you could put them here. Like for example, here I only have a this is a very bad example, but I could imagine that the tier 7 int here is like a tier 4 or something like that. So I could use this to re-roll the values here, and obviously because this had everything perfectly rolled before, stuff went down. But this is a way to basically those failed legendaries.
It's a divine
to
slam.
spend them and hopefully, like over a longer period of time, or just the first time, get lucky and improve your items. So this is another
Divine
way
and
to
blessed orb slam
slowly
all in one.
improve your items. And obviously this has some restrictions. So I cannot reroll one LP red ring with a 0 LP. It has to have at least similar power level. So in this case, it would be badly rolled one like affix legendary
okay.
red rings, most likely.
Got it.
But this is another way to keep like slowly upgrading your items. Because we've had a lot of people ask for ways to, be able to do something with uniques. Because sometimes you get lucky, you get 3 LP or something like that, and then all of the other rolls on it are terrible. Now, through the Nemesis Egg, which I think is probably the best way to get like legendaries with like 2 affixes for something like red rings, like the more rare items, because it has a relatively high chance to just add affix on both of the rolls, like both of the upgrades, and you can just use those as a reroll fodder now, which is pretty exciting. So all of those badly rolled legendaries now have a purpose. No,
That's
can have
great.
a purpose.
There's so much added in
And
to
again,
ease
here,
the pain on
obviously, you
min-maxing
can
for
open the
sure.
stash through the crafting window. Because we didn't
That's
want to
awesome.
just put stashes here.
Yeah, you don't want to dirty up the place. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, there's actually another cool change, which is gonna be, some magic's gonna happen. And this is specific to experimental crafting. A lot of people probably don't know much about it because it's pretty the hidden mechanic in the game.
Here we go. I'll let you prepare really quickly.
Yeah, so so you kill exiled mages,
Yep.
and then they
Or
will
they kill
drop
you.
items.
Yep.
Or that, yeah.
Yep.
And they'll drop items with experimental affixes, and then you use Rune of Research to seal that, and then it has a chance to drop you a Cliff of Insight, which then can be used on a normal prefix to turn it into an experimental affix. And there is a deterministic way to figure out which affix it turns into. But it requires you to go to third-party places, because it's not. You can figure it out, but there's a lot of just like trying to keep track of how much fortune potential the item has, what is the combined amount of tiers, and different item bases have different rules for it. So we wanted to streamline that. And that
Rax has a great video on how to do that if you want to do that in the next 9 days.
yeah. So what's happening is we are removing both Rune of Research and Cliff of Insight entirely from the game, and we are replacing that crafting in a Woven Echo and it's going to be a lot more straightforward. There's obviously going to be some randomization around this still. It doesn't like guarantee you to remove a prefix because it has to remove a prefix in order to make room for another one. We don't just let you craft the affix without some sacrifice there. Okay, I think I'm finally done here.
I applaud
Yeah,
you,
sure.
man. Able to talk and do all this magic behind the scenes. I see your mouse hand moving like mad. Go for it. Oh goodness.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So here I just run one of the bone echoes. That has the device that I'm not gonna try to pronounce. Someone with better English can do that.
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
Yeah. Thank you.
I had
So
to look that up when I was recording the patch video. I was like, how do you say this?
yeah. So what you'll do is you put either boots, gloves, or a belt here, and you can just pick the affix
Oh wow, that's
Uh,
huge
that you
too.
want to put onto your item now. And there's a couple things. So it has to have two prefixes, and then it randomly replaces one of those prefixes and puts the experimental affix there.
Not the
Like that.
bees. Oh, did I get kicked
Oh yeah,
out?
this is definitely not a teaser, but one of the at least one of the experimental affixes has been changed. So the experimental zombies one is now bees. There we go. It took one of the affix out and it put bees summoner and potion user there. Because bees are awesome, right?
27% increased
Oh,
minion
yeah.
damage.
I think that was one of the first uniques I got. I didn't understand what was happening, but I was annihilating
But, like-
everything in the first few acts, and it was just the bees. You know, wasn't even a minion build.
Yeah, the beekeeper's gloves, I think, probably.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
so now it's a lot easier to get experimental affixes in items. One
Yeah,
thing
that's huge.
that obviously, since we don't have Rune of Research anymore, which was a guaranteed seal, regardless of the tier on the experimental affix, this I think it can give you an exalted affix, but the better way here is to just simply use the Rune of Havoc, right? You have an item, you have like a suffix, exalt, or something like that. You craft the experimental affix, and then you just Rune of Havoc and hope that it hits the experimental affix. So it's a lot easier and more streamlined to try to get high tier experimental affixes on the correct item basis, because item bases are very important. So
very cool. I see a few quick
excited about this.
questions on these in the chat. Can you seal this mod?
Yes, with Cliff of Despair.
Yeah.
You can still seal it, but obviously that means that you cannot seal higher than a tier 4 experimental affix anymore. But so the absolute top end amount of tiers on an experimental item has gone down, but it comes with a trade-off of being able to actually craft them on items that you want way more easily now.
Very cool.
You
And
might
then
actually
another
be
was,
using them now.
can you put experimental items or experimental affixes on exalted items? I think you may have mentioned that you could. Was I wrong?
Oh yes, and
can.
that is how you're most likely going to be having exalted experimental affixes, because you just craft the lower tier. Like for example, this is tier 4. So I could technically be able to Cliff of Despair this, but the odds are pretty low. But more likely you'll have an exalted belt here instead, and then you just use Rune of Havoc, and then you hope that it switches the tiers to grant it on the experimental affix instead. Also, there's a champion affix on this belt that I just now realized.
Nice that you can access
They're
your
always,
stash from there too.
They are always sealed. So those cannot be put onto legendaries either, just like with set shards. But these can drop naturally as exalted when you slay champions. So that's pretty neat.
Awesome. This looks sweet.
I think we might have one more.
Yep,
Oh,
there's one more. Yeah,
One more
Orden's
crafting
Watch.
area?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and then you can stand down, Garth.
Yeah, I'll go prepare that. It will take me.
all right. You're gonna
a
prepare
minute
that for
or
a
so.
sec. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Let me stop
Yeah, I
watching
think
you.
one indicator that you're doing well with itemization, I think, is when you run out of colors for affixes. You know, as a UI designer, I'm looking at these things thinking, oh my goodness, like the next type we add, what color is it going to be? That's what I'm stressing about.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, what is the best color? You know, we've been trained to think certain things are the best, but you know, you got to rethink that whole
We'll
concept.
quickly be going into the Diablo 2 era where it's like gold versus yellow and like the just
Yeah.
tiny shade difference there.
Okay, here's a terrible idea. Don't take it. Change the font type for certain affixes now. Okay, there you go. Get some wacky font in there. You know, if you're running out of colors, go for that. That'll piss people off. That's probably
Yeah,
a bad idea.
we'd probably use iconography in some capacity there,
Yeah.
rather when we run out of colors. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody knows that, but we actually commissioned what do you call them? A font foundry to create our custom Last Epoch font, and it was one of the guys who actually made the Roboto font face that is very, very popular. And that was a really big treat to both Ross and myself because we both have a user interface background, so being able to create our own font for the game was just super, super enjoyable.
That's a good piece of trivia. I saw, maybe it was a meme, but I saw that fonts are quite expensive, actually.
Yeah, licensing fonts
It's-
very expensive.
Yeah. It
Oh,
was
shut
it was a decision that we had to make. It wasn't just like oh, we're gonna do this. No, it was a decision.
Last Epoch font write-off.
Yes.
Oh,
Worth
that's sweet.
it, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, Judd, but people were saying you should just create that extra woven echo as an echo full of meteors. And, you know, you just got to like somehow run to the other side of the echo to complete it. That's super
the easiest
simple.
way to convince me of adding anything into the game, and the team knows it, and they weaponize it against me. If they ever want to add something, they're like, well, we'll have it like cast meteors. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, we did have a couple of fun woven echoes that we did have to cut for scope reasons at the end there. Maybe they will be reintroduced shortly. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, I'm good to go again.
All right. Go for it.
I don't remember. Did we tease this one? Did we reveal this yet?
I don't think so.
On the well, if we didn't, then this is pretty exciting for some people. So, attributes, or more specifically, strength, dexterity, int, and attunements. Now, there's some builds that would want to have int on certain item slots. For example, if you, for some reason, wanted to play a primalist as a low health build, and you wanted to use exsanguinous. Now, class-specific items, such as the Sentinel body armor here, doesn't actually naturally drop with that intelligence. So if you wanted to farm for that the primalist build, for example, what you would most likely have to do, because there's a bit of waiting on finding class-specific items. Like if you're playing primalist, you're going to be finding primalist body armors, relics, and helmets more often than those places that can actually roll with intelligence. So, to help out those wonky builds that people want to do, we have added a
Oh boy.
Oh,
way
wow.
to swap the attribute between int, dex, strength, and attunement on items, regardless of that. So we have a nice tier 7 strength here. You know what? I want it to be int. And now I have a tier 7 int on a Sentinel body armor. So
That's pretty
But you
awesome.
can
now
brick
make
the
some-
item, right? It just might delete the item. Yeah, there's a chance of that? No?
No. All it does, it costs 1 fortune potential to do it. Obviously, you cannot do this
These little
on,
shrines
like,
are going to be
unique
everywhere.
affixes and legendaries because they don't have fortune potential.
Mm-hmm.
But this allows you to play on a build or a class that cannot find specific attributes on their class-specific items, such as the helmet and the body armor, and then you can swap it to slam it onto your legendaries. So, or you don't even need to, slam them on the legendaries. You can just, if you want to stack int on a sentinel, you can now do that with this on sentinel basis.
I'm seeing some technical person saying, well, what if the item has multiple stats on it? Are you just able to select which stat it is? Flop it over?
And
yeah. Look at that. Look at that QOL. You guys thought ahead. Look at that. That's sweet.
I'm pretty sure we had the case where we had the base and then we tried it and then somebody had found an item with two attributes and they're like, wait a minute. And then we had to adjust.
Rewind.
I'm pretty sure this is one of those cases. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Well, that is pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff coming with the Woven Echoes, you guys, and I assume there's what?
Break.
We saw 3.
Ad break.
Say again?
It seems. Ad break seems to be, going right now.
Oh, an ad break. No. Oh, dang. Okay, can we stall for a few?
Yeah, we can stall.
I bet we can.
I'll turn it into attunement in the meanwhile.
Okay.
We did discuss adding a resistance swapper as well. I think it was divisive, more so than the attributes.
Yes.
That's what I remember.
A resistance swapper, that would be crazy.
Mm.
That would be used way more often than the.
What are you guys
tribute swapper?
On
I
the
think
17th, because you guys are gonna log in, right? Any
Heart
favorite
Seeker,
class?
100%.
I'm so torn between Heartseeker and either a Paladin or a Void Knight. I can't decide.
Not having to stop to cast Devouring Orb sounds really fun. I really want to do that, but I cannot do that over Heartseeker.
Yeah,
I'm gonna step away for a minute, y'all.
D2 Bolazon is very.
Let me know if I miss anything.
Well.
Yes,
So, yeah.
yes.
You guys are drawing me
Are
in
we
with
back?
the Sentinel. Yeah, we're back. Okay, they didn't get to see what happens if there's 2 attributes. You just get to choose the attribute, guys. They were smart. Big shock. EHG was smart, everybody.
Yeah, and obviously all attributes cannot be swapped because it's all attributes.
Mhm.
And Vitality isn't swappable. So there's a lot of reasons for that, but one being that it can already kind of roll everywhere, and there's only like 1 or 2 skills in the game that, as a baseline, scale with it. So it's not like, I don't want to say it's not a core attribute, but it's kind of not compared to the other 4. And we wouldn't be allowing you to get Vitality on bases that it wouldn't roll normally, because that just puts more pressure onto your prefix as well, because now your prefix can also provide you health through Vitality. So we don't want to put too much pressure on there.
Great. All right. Well, you just showed off 3 awesome Woven Echoes. No more spoilers for Woven Echoes. That's the set. The rest we can experience on game day.
That seems sensible.
We have a lot of good ones. We have a lot of good ones for sure.
Excellent. Okay. All right.
Do
We're
you
cutting
want
you
to
off,
briefly
Carl.
talk about the? Sorry, do you want to talk about quickly about the resistance swap? I see he mentioned in the chat a couple of times about the resistance swapping, because we did discuss it, but we didn't end up allowing the resist swapping. And then the main thing here is that we already have a very robust, very like a flexible crafting system. There's a lot of different ways you can swap your affixes. You have your rune of removal. You have your Cliff of Chaos. So there's a way to seal off affixes to then make room to craft stuff. This is the attribute specifically is a totally new way to create builds that didn't really exist before. Versus resist swapping just makes it a lot easier to cap your resistances, which isn't really necessary due to the way our resistances work, where enemies penetrate some of your resistances, which makes it a lot less deadly to not be at rest cap. And then we also have idols that are pretty flexible at providing resistances, and the new Weaver affixes also provide a decent amount of resistance, you can see here. And might be the first time ever where you can get medium resistances too.
Oh,
I don't think you really had minion physical resistances well, like that. There might be some very odd cases where you could provide them some resistances, but yeah.
Minion players rejoice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will take the magic away. Thank you, Carve. That was beautiful. See?
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Of Okay, we have a question right here. It's kind of a philosophical question about itemization in Last Epoch. So, how often do you expect players to be upgrading their items? Is it a goal to have players find at least 1 or 2 GG items while leveling they'll end up using for a long time? Or do you want players to be constantly churning and getting new item upgrades, crafting different affixes on them, and the like?
Yeah, it's a good question. And it's different per different stages of the game. So, for example, like in your early game, as you're going through the campaign, we of course want players to be exchanging their gear quite frequently and upgrading their gear quite frequently. And that's healthy. We want people to be experimenting with different skills that they might enjoy. They're unlocking their idle slots. They're getting items that actually go into their main slots and everything of that nature. So in the early game, it's very natural for the amount of upgrades and the upgrading rate to be quite high. That's healthy. When you get into late game, of course, that slows down just a little bit, but we do still want that frequency to be at a decent pace because we don't want you to feel like you're hitting a gear plateau too early. And a lot of the things that we're adding with season 2 will help with that tremendously, as some of these things that we've been
For
showing
certain.
show here. I think it's important that even when you get into the late game, there always feels like there is a significant gap in power that you have versus what you could potentially obtain. Because when you get players to, maybe like an 80% maximum power threshold, and your build is online, and you feel like you kind of have what you want to have your build at a complete state, that's where players really start to lose interest. And so, as long as you have things that you feel really excited to chase, it can keep the excitement and the enjoyability of the gear progression lasting for a lot longer than if you're plateauing early. And that's one of the things that we're really focusing on with the implementations that we have coming in season 2. Your question about, do we want people to be finding GG items in the I guess we'll kind of phrase it as the campaign experience.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a goal that we have. I think if it were a goal, we would probably pretty easily be able to start to guarantee this to some extent, which I believe would be actually very unhealthy for the game. The excitement of the game is the item chase, and as soon as you start to make it to where these things start to be guaranteed, that starts to cheapen the experience overall, and that's not something that we want to do. Now, when you get into
It's all relative,
like the
too.
mid games, if you're like level 40 plus, it's very important that the potential to find a GG item exist, because you always want to feel like the next enemy that you're killing or the activity that you're participating in has the chance to drop you something that's just going to really blow things out of the water and make you feel way more powerful. So I think it's important that the potential for that exists, but I think it's important also that we don't guarantee it. When it comes to the campaign leveling experience, instead of ensuring that the GG items or making it very likely that GG items drop, that is something that our crafting system enables players to overcome challenges that they would be facing in a much more directed manner. So that's what we like to do to make sure that there's not challenges presented, at least in mid game or early late game, that are insurmountable.
Yeah, that's extremely sensible. The only GG item I felt like I found was the Beekeeper's gauntlets when I was playing for the first time. I mean, I didn't replace those for quite some time. I couldn't get rid of them, but
yeah, and
that
it's a great feeling whenever you find something like that, and
100%.
you're like, heck, this is awesome.
Right.
This campaign experience is going to be really unique because I found this thing and I'm really excited to have this. But if we were to guarantee that, I think that that's not a good experience.
Yeah, totally agree. Awesome. Thanks, Judd. Okay, here's a fun one. All right. Lots of games have items that have huge downsides, like they disable item slots, they completely remove some vector of scaling on your build, but they also come with tremendous upsides. with you guys bringing in a lot of unique items into the game with this patch, with future patches, and maybe set items in the future, is that something you might be looking into leaning into?
I think it's fair to say we are keen on unique item design that revolves around the problem-solving aspect of balancing big downsides with powerful upsides. That just feels good when making a build. It makes you feel smart when you're working around those elements.
Yeah.
We already have build enabling uniques with negative effects that you need to work around. For example, Zithara's amulet, which disables both health regen and leech for a more multiplier for phase damage. I think it's fair to say though there that we don't have any uniques that are truly wacky or iconic in that category. Where there are extreme downsides like you're talking about, like say disabling all of your idols and then a really game-breaking powerful benefit to offset
Yeah.
that. I think of the 25 new uniques in season 2, I don't think any of those rely around downsides to work around. I can't say too much about it, but in future seasons, there may be more unique item categories or systems that allow us to lean into more risky territory here in terms of that design space. But too early to share anything on that at the moment, unfortunately.
Are those the primeval items? Oh, I'm going back to last year's. Is that what that category is called?
That was primordial.
Primordial.
Perhaps.
Oh, I'm so upset at myself. I was close. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's exciting to hear.
There's a couple items in the season 2 that do have a downside kind of stuff. For example, actually I'm thinking about 4 amulets. There's 4 amulets. Well, one of the amulets has like 3 different versions of it, but all of those have like a downside of you have to curse yourself and then like to get a benefit. And then there's a the focus amulet that after some balancing during the CT testing and whatnot, looks a bit different from what it was teased on the back in I don't know how long ago, when we just like showed a bunch of uniques on the original like season 2 teaser trailer. So you are like focus normally doesn't allow you to move while channeling. So the amulet allows you to move while channeling.
Oh shit.
Which is the big upside, but then the downside is that you're gonna be channeling. You're getting less mana while you're doing that. You're gonna have less armor while doing that, and then I think there's probably another downside that I can't remember right now. But we do have these items, but we don't have like Ross said, we don't have like this crazy, nothing happen. Like you can't do anything if you have this item equipped. I think the biggest downside item that I can think of that doesn't really even have an upside would be the veteran boots, which is basically just a challenge item. But yeah, we don't often make items that just completely brick your build like immediately or regard like absolute massive investment for it to be good. But a lot of the uniques we do change the way your uniques, like not uniques, your skills work, which then requires you to build them differently. So yeah,
they're always exciting. I love having problems to solve. I love that designing uniques. So that amulet sounds cool. That's a new one you said? The focus one?
Yeah, I can probably show it at some point. Maybe.
Oh, stall with one more question.
Yeah, there's probably something other thing we want to show, and I can.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a great stalling question then. Okay. I've seen it spammed in the chat. Everybody is looking at Carve's shirt, your hat, Judd. Real life merch store win. Is this even a possibility in the future? Maybe associated with supporter packs, which were actually teased, not released yet, right? Just recently.
Correct.
Is this coming maybe in the future?
Yeah. I think the answer here is very likely yes. It's something that we really enjoy. The team internally is always asking for additional merch for sure. So it's something that as the team grows in size and we're able to support the logistics of something like that, I think we're very keen as a studio to start to do that. And if we do, it will likely take shape in terms of supporter packs. T-shirts are kind of the bread and butter there, but I would be really interested to see if there's other cool, unique physical type items that we could be creating. One thing that I've had in mind, and this is not happening. This is not underway, so don't read into this too much. But I really want a physical epoch. And have
Yes.
you seen those little desk items that use magnetism to float an item? I really want one of those with a little epoch artifact. And so if the dream comes true, we'll have physical merch at some point, and maybe we can even have some really cool items like that. Yeah,
That sounds awesome. Got to make the dream
We
come true,
all
you guys. We want our physical epochs. That's great.
absolutely.
we all want merch inside the company. Yes.
We do, we do,
Yeah.
we do. The poor embroidery lady down the street. We're still not like a large operation in that manner whatsoever. So there's a little lady down the street that does our embroidery, and we just give her so much work, just for the team, just for the
Yeah.
team.
Definitely. All right. Carve, did we stall long enough with the merch question?
Oh yes. Yes.
Oh, we did? Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ready. Go.
So
You're
first
good.
of all, yeah, we can take a look at I believe this has already been posted on Reddit as a clarification, because we had the old version in the mega thread. So we have shown this already. I think this is actually
Okay,
the
hold
vacuum
on
rolls
now.
you can get on the mana guard now. And this basically turns focus into, you could say it's like a warpath then, because now you're channeling and things happened.
Oh shit! Now we're talking.
This was very powerful in the original form. Like, we had to nerf it multiple times because how strong it was. But yeah, that's it. And then other things on the teaser and somewhere else, we might have shown cocooned items.
There you
Oh,
go,
here we go.
SciTech.
Yeah, so cocooned uniques. I believe the only way to obtain these is just it's a echo like objective. So normally one of your echo objectives, like slay a champion or exalt mage. Oh yeah, these are new ones. And then like the boss or complete like the beacon and stuff like that. So one of the new objectives is to slay enemies until you find these cocooned uniques. And so when you try to put this on, it just reveals a random unique. And we're getting really lucky with just everything having LP, it looks like. Damn.
Wow.
These do have
there we go.
a slightly increased chance to roll LP.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly how much, but you are more likely to get LP on these. And yeah, I can't wait to see these reveal full stash of cocooned items videos. I'm ready. Oh, there's some uniques here. I see.
Oh, we gotta look at
yeah.
them.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, if they're rolling,
Yeah,
it's
that
fate.
looks like this looks like a new unique, which was one of my mentioning, where just stacking curses helps, and you can get curses on other masteries than being a warlock. Basically, a lot of the curses on warlock basically require you to be a warlock to get them, because some of them come from skill trees or from the some skills. So if you are playing acolyte but not a warlock, such as a necromancer for minions, you can get some other cool curses for them. So yeah.
Okay, dude, that item art. Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a different. There's a couple different versions. I think there's 3 different versions of this.
Oh.
So these, yeah, there's a Bone Curse, Inflicts Penance, Decrepify, and then Acid Skin is the last one. These are kind of cool. And I think we might have mentioned something about the Weaver tree. We might want to look at.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
Do you need some time to prepare?
No, I can just.
Oh,
I can
wow.
just
Here we
open
go.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just open it. So yeah, have a lot of cool customization, and it might look like a small tree at first, but most of these nodes have multiple points you can put in them, so you can.
Did Carp just freeze?
Oh, I think he did.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you guys didn't shut him down, did you? Did you cut him
No,
off?
we pulled the plug on him. We talked to HR. We're like, pull the plug. He's showing too much.
Oh, see, he was unveiling everything.
I believe there's like.
Here he is.
Yep.
Oh, he's back.
And since we are talking about itemization,
Carp, can you
Are we
hear
good?
us?
You're back, Carve.
yes, I can.
Yeah,
I
they
can hear
just
you.
went over
Okay,
him.
cool.
You were away
Tech,
for
you missed
about
it.
20, 30 seconds there.
Oh, he didn't.
You
miss
had
out
ended
too
at
much.
like it looks like it's a small skilled small tree,
Okay. Yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
points.
They showed cocooned
Yes.
rings.
Most of these points, you can put multiple points in them to get higher benefit of what the node provides.
The big thing is they
Like,
have an
for
increased
example, we
chance
have
of
some
dropping with
Blue
LP.
Lizard.
So when you
spawn
crack open a
rates,
cocooned ring, for
they
example,
come from caches.
one of them was
you can
3
get some
LP that he
more,
opened.
Lizard tails and guaranteed unique item whenever you unburden loot lizards. Since we don't slay them, we help them. And since
True.
we are in an itemization discussion, we might want to take a look or discuss some of these a bit. So we have these cool nodes in the tree that allow you to imprint an item in there. So, for example, do I happen to have some? Let's say that for there. So you can imprint these items into the Weaver tree, and then when you do specific things, for example, in this one, when you get echo rewards, you have a chance to get similar items to what you have imprinted here.
That is
For example,
enormous.
you provide bone amulets because that's the base.
Thinking of
You
that
could provide
stupid
uniques
axe
because
from
it's
Orbis.
unique. In the cases of exalted items, etc., or like legendaries, affixes that are there, or a combination of them. There's some limitations, like for example, you can't get boss-specific uniques. Like if you
Oh,
put
boo.
the allies here, or like any of the Uber uniques here, they will not drop randomly. I'm not sure if we currently are excluding them from here, but it is explained here. But so these allow you to greatly enhance the ability to find not only the base types, but also the item type, like the subtypes. So not only not a ring, but like a iron ring or a silver ring, for example. I'd expect
still pretty
to see
good.
a lot of these
We're getting
imprints
the
with
proper
some
bases.
stuff like red rings and whatnot, in hopes of people getting those. And we have so this is armor and jewelry. Then we have one that is armor and weapon, and then we have weapon and jewelry. So you can't just put red ring on all of them. We had a long discussions about how we want to do that, or if you want to limit them. I think currently there isn't a node that would allow you to have an idol in here, but that might be something in the future. We'll see. And then this one on the top is an interesting one, because this is specific to slaying champions, and the item that you have here has a chance to drop the item that comes out of it with one of the affixes as a sealed one.
Ah.
So there's some cool potential stuff you can do here as well.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
cool.
worth noting that you're imprinting these items, so you're not losing the ability to equip them. So if you've got your
Yes,
red ring and need
correct.
to keep wearing it, it's imprinting it. You're not losing it.
Yeah, as you can see,
Okay.
let's take this. Let's take this as an example. For example, here at the fang, when I put it here, it is still here, so you don't actually lose it. So yeah, it's just there, which is cool. And then you can.
Perfect.
I think we revealed this already, but you can imprint 2 Woven Echoes. So if there's some particular Woven Echoes that you really like, you can imprint them. and then they will just spawn on your echo web. Obviously, more rare and rewarding ones have a lower chance, but they're pretty cool.
Like Uber Aberath you can put on here?
Yes. If
Ah.
you imprint two Uber Aberoth bone echoes here, you are able to just randomly get Uber Aberoth bone
Hello.
echoes in your web. Yes.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
And like you talk about the customization, so a lot of things why I really like this is you can do things like you can convert some of the rewards, like for example this one, the cliff is no longer a reward; it's now something else instead. Then we have the obvious no longer getting arena echoes, which is cool. There's a lot of interesting things here. Oh, we're getting ads again, it looks like.
Getting ads again? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Stall for a sec.
Spam.
Yeah. Dang, I ran as many ads as possible, everybody. I'll wait to ask my next question then about this. Judd, what games are you playing on your Oculus?
They didn't go into how you find them. They just go into what you do with them.
No, I haven't. I have an Oculus 2, and that's the 3. And when I use those, I usually go into this app called Wander, which is basically like Google Maps, but you can do it in VR, and so you can just like go anywhere in the world. It came with a specific game that was cool. It was like a dungeon hack and slash type game with some level of itemization. I have never been so sick in my life. I like had to lay down. I was so physically ill after playing that game. I want so badly to be able to enjoy those things, but yeah, it's you get your VR legs after a while. Apparently,
right.
I haven't gotten them yet.
Eventually, the tech will be there. Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. We just stalled talking about VR for a second. Sorry, Carve. The ads interrupted us. Let's go.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so one of the reasons many of the reasons I'm very excited about VR 3 is being able to not only customize what content you get, but also what you get out of the, just your normal everyday echoes, because they still exist there. So, for example, you can entirely remove all the cliff rewards, and it just gives you something else instead. And then you can do the same for arena keys, and then you can do the same for experience, and then you can say the runes, and suddenly you'll have a lot less possible rewards that most people think are bad. And we also have some new ones.
Ooh. So if you want to like blast experience, you could just narrow everything down and like make experience one of the only rewards you can get.
Yeah, I don't think you can quite remove everything. But you can increase the stuff you get a decent amount. And then Memory Amber, the sync on your idols, farming your perfect idols and all that. So you can now have a Memory Amber as a reward for completing echoes if you take this. And I think there's another one for Bowen echoes as well. And then I believe there's one specific for dungeon keys. Yeah, here. So we have the one that provides just keys, which can be dungeon keys, but this one is specific to dungeon keys.
Have we talked about portal charms?
Yeah, this can also give you those.
We're
That's
implementing
nice.
portal charms, and one of the ones that we think that people are really going to enjoy is it's a charm that you insert into the dungeon that allow you to portal directly to the boss of the dungeon, and we're implementing a black market key trader in Upper Majelka, and you can trade any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm. So people that have a whole lot of excessive dungeon keys will be
they're going to be easy to get.
Go in and trade those things and be able to portal directly to the bosses.
That's sweet. Infinite boss gauntlet. Just go in and blast the boss. People love that.
Yeah. There's a lot of nodes we could go over, but I'm not sure if we have time or we want to do that. Is there any nodes we should take a look at?
Did we just kill Nemesis nodes? Kill Nemesis nodes, Carve?
I think they are. Yeah, here. So yeah, we got.
Oh, I like that
have
highlight
the,
function. I just got to shout
oh,
you
yeah,
guys out.
yeah.
That's very
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, so obviously you just get more nemesis. You want nemesis, you can get more nemesis. There's, I think, 2 Woven Echoes that have something to do with nemesis. At least one that allows you, lets you farm them
Awesome.
a bit more as well.
Oh,
Yeah, nemesis escapes through a portal after being empowered. You know, you get some. This is specific to the nemesis weapon types, like weapon bases, that when you kill a harbinger, it upgrades. So this was something that was quite hard to farm previously because there wasn't the only way to get the nemesis specific weapons was by just getting them from nemesis. So you had to banish them a lot to hopefully get the correct base, and then on top of that, you really needed to get lucky to get the good stuff on them as well. So this is going to help you farm nemesis bases if your build wants to use those. There's one scepter especially which is really strong, the base grade scepter, and then you can put them into your tomb cemeteries as well. The nemesis, that is. If you put 3 points here, it's guaranteed that the human cemeteries are going to have a nemesis that is possessed, which makes it stronger.
One of my favorite Woven Echoes is the Nemesis Tower, where you're climbing the tower and you have back-to-back Nemesis. People are really going to enjoy that one because you get to see the evolution of the items very rapidly.
My favorite by far, just the Abyssal Trap, where Shade just pops into your
Oh,
echo and
shit.
wants to have a chat.
that's cool.
Yeah, and as I mentioned
That's
earlier
what I'm
on,
talking
like
about.
one of the reasons we added a system like this is to
Give me
ensure
axe,
that when we're
please.
adding new seasonal mechanics that we've got a method they are ready to modify and interact with that. So that's going to help us in the long term as well.
And do you think when you add a new seasonal mechanic, you might immediately add it to the Weaver tree, or will you wait to see if the community enjoys it and then add it post-season if it ends up staying in the game?
Yeah, I think at the moment, anything we're adding seasonally is added to the base game. I don't think we're at
Right.
a point where we wouldn't add a system like Nemesis and then take it away because it's too valuable. The game needs more of those random encounters. At a certain point, that would be the case. But we're probably a wee bit far out from doing that at
Yeah.
the moment.
Nice.
Now that I was on a Shade, I got another thing I wanted to really mention is, and this is pretty relevant for items. So farming items from Shade. When we added when we buffed the corruption catch-up, so if you have a one timeline at a very high corruption, and then you want to farm Shade at like a lower corruption because it's faster or whatever, safer. What ended up happening is your timeline went up in corruption because you killed Shade through the corruption catch-up. And then what you had to do is you had to do the echo in the middle at the start to lower the corruption again, and then go farm another Shade. And it was just really tedious, annoying little thing that we totally missed on that because we wanted to buff the corruption catch-up, and there were people who wanted to farm Shade at a very specific lower corruption than their highest is. So now if you take this node, you can farm Shade in that specific corruption and it doesn't increase the corruption anymore with the catch-up mechanic. So any Shade farmers who want to do very specific corruption, here's a node for you.
Player agency, gotta love it.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in here.
Yeah, there is. Something maybe trivial popped into my head, Judd, when you talked about climbing the tower with the Nemesis.
Yeah.
Are all of these Woven Echoes new environments, like new maps? I know that might seem like little. I'm just a big fan of new places, and I saw one that looked like it was on an island in the middle of the ocean, and some monster was swimming around. Are these all new or a mix?
think
The
the
vast,
majority of them are brand
yeah,
new.
yeah.
Oh,
The vast majority, yeah, the vast majority of them brand new. Some of them are like
that's
new,
big.
and also in the sense of maybe using the ancient era, which is more to come there. But yeah, I think the original plan was maybe to have more and reuse existing echo
Yeah,
layouts. However, that didn't seem right to do at the same time as adding
big.
procedural generation and things like that. So yeah, we did put a bit more effort into have them feeling much more unique.
I love
Yeah,
that.
there's a couple very unique style bone echoes. That yeah, and we wanted to. We had a lot of ideas for a lot of different, totally different mechanics and whatnot. But I'd expect some of those to come in the future, hopefully.
Exciting.
Because we obviously needed to get all of the must-have kind of thing, like all of the new itemization related woven echoes, and then just all the cool bosses and whatnot.
Right.
But we have a couple really cool fun ones there. But yeah, I think it's time for me to take off the streaming again, so you can
Okay.
see our
There you
beautiful
go.
faces.
There we go. All right, you guys, that was beautiful. The Weaver Tree. Now, before I get to my final question for all of you, is there anything else you guys would like to show for Tombs of the Erased? Anything else?
Quality
I
of
think that
life
yeah.
wise, the picking up crafting materials and having those automatically be sent to your crafting panel is just one of my favorite things coming with this patch as somebody who plays on gamepad.
It's everyone's favorite thing.
People on keyboard and mouse will also benefit greatly from that. That's a very, very good update. And then the inventory tabs, being able to have keys and woven echoes and your items be stored in different inventory tabs is a really good quality of life thing.
Definitely. All
Also,
right, you
if you're
got
if you're a veteran player as well, your monolith progression through normal timelines is shared with characters that have access to that stash. So it's less of a slog to get through the monolith. If you know what you're doing on your alt characters, you've already got gear for them, and you know how to play the game, you'll be able to test more builds out faster.
nice.
Did we mention that you will be able to use keys to respawn in dungeons, either at the floor that you were on or at the boss?
Oh,
We didn't.
Not yet.
Now
Not
we
yet.
have. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one.
for all those
Don't
people dying to that girl, I can't. Her name is escaping me. The Chronomancer girl.
Jorah.
Jorah. Yeah. Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now again on hardcore, don't do that. It's not going to save you. It's not going to save you. But for our softcore players, it's helpful.
Yeah. All right.
We got some other cool things coming in as well that we haven't revealed yet, I think.
Ooh. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be an exciting day, you guys, and I think we all know, there's going to be a lot of new and returning players flocking to Last Epoch for this massive update. You guys had, I think it's 9 months to cook, and you guys cooked a feast. Okay, do you have any message to all these people that are going to be trying out Last Epoch when it drops April 17th? Like, what is your advice from you three? You're logging into Ellie the first time, character select, you load in. What do you tell them?
Yeah, I think for me, I've got a very specific way of playing RPGs where, a lot of people recommend that you play Last Epoch without a build guide, just play yourself, learn the game that way. And I think that's the correct way to do it. I like to hedge my bets though. In general, I look up build guides and look up, skills being used to understand if I would like to play that type of content, and then I'll bookmark that guide, but I won't use it, and then I'll proceed through the game myself. And if things work out, I make the same decisions as that, as the build creator, and I get to feel smart about that. Or if I'm struggling, I get something to fall back on. And I think for me, that's the way to do it, because you get to feel smart if you make the right decisions there, but you've also got a backup plan if things aren't going so well and you're having trouble scaling into empowered monoliths.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, yeah, getting in there and just following the fun with the skill system and the crafting system that we have, you should be able to go in there and make a build that will at least be able to get through the campaign. And if you end up finding that you're in a challenging position and you're just not powerful enough to get past a certain progression point, you can open the crafting panel and add some add some shards to gear. It's a very easy way to go and get through the campaign without having to follow a build guide or anything of that nature. Also, just in case people aren't aware, we have this really robust in-game guide. Press G to open that up. It's got an absolute wealth of knowledge and everything that you'll need to know to be successful in the game. So again, don't feel like you need to follow a build guide. I will say that there are a lot of really fantastic creators that put a lot of love and effort into making build guides that are really enjoyable and really good, really easy to follow. So it's great if you do like to do that. There's a lot of great creators that you can go and support in that way as well.
My two things would be to go watch a streamer because there's Twitch drops. To get
big.
some cool MTX, and then the other one would be to keep your chat open to really like live the through the all the fun and hype and everything that people are chatting on the and helping each other. And even if you're an offline player, instead of going full offline mode, you could go just through offline while having a chat to be able to chat with people while playing, to not feel so alone, even though there's a lot of people who like to play alone, but I especially like to just chat with people. Like I'm gonna be chatting in hardcore for sure.
Awesome. You got to share your drops in global. You just have to do it. It makes the game feel so much funner.
Oh yeah, just link all the GG stuff that you get from Nemesis early on, because you can get tier 7s from Nemesis with on legendaries and whatnot. You just link those on chat and you just like, oh, what is that? It's good times.
Your hardcore deaths or achievements will also be in chat via announcements as well. That's something new to season 2.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's
awesome.
Just so you can at the start of a season you can feel, you can live vicariously through others. That's how I do it.
That is exciting. Love those.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that has been told before. I'm not sure if that.
I think that's what Carv was kind of hinting around.
I was trying to go around it, but yeah.
We're really excited to get that across the line for sure. It'll be a good one.
That's exciting, you guys. Well, if there's nothing else, thank you so much for your time. I think the number one thing being spam right now is servers take our energy. Everybody's so excited to log in. It's gonna be a really big day, you guys. Congratulations on this lead up, and I hope launch day goes well. I really do.
Thanks so much, Shry. It was an absolute pleasure getting to chat.
100%.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you all later. I'll see you in game as well. All right, that's the cut for the YouTube, you guys. I'll just take off stream really quick. Thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, thanks. That was a lot of.
All right. The expressions weren't good when he mentioned servers. All right, lost connection. Imagine that. A little 2-hour break. No offense to Try, but I'm kind of surprised that they picked him to do their interview through. I mean, 150 hours played. He doesn't know a ton about the game. Pepper, my Bernese Mountain Dog, has got more watch time watching me play the game than 150 hours. But whatever, All right, so where were we? Oh no. Am I in the last town? Oh, it put me in the last town. Did it give me the waypoint? How is Majelka at? Oh, here we go. Oh no, it didn't give me the waypoint. That's all right. I should have gotten the waypoint before I went AFK to watch the interview. So we got to manually run there. I don't think it's too far of a run. Shouldn't be the end of the world. Can't continue without the crab, though. Let's get that crab back out. Right, and I think we gotta go... We'll get that squared away once we get to town. A lot of cool stuff coming to the game. They added so much to itemization that it almost feels like, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be way easier to get like a base setup of an end game build going, you know? Like, it feels like it removes so much of the grind. Which, you know, I mean, it's not a bad thing, that's for sure. And that crab just don't live, huh? Granted, I have nothing in Dominion survivability because my swords just get respawned over and over. Probably not even worth using that crab right now. I'm not sure. It's hard to really tell exactly what it's doing for me. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. That, and I mean, it's an ARPG. There's not going to be any shortage of grind. Hey, you know? There will be plenty of stuff for us to grind out. There's no doubt. All right, so... I feel like I go into that armor shred. At least to get the 4 points. But then I want to specialize. Well, we got another point here. Go into attack speed. I want to specialize manifest armor here. I'm not even certain what I want to take. And we can go this route and get some more damage right away and get to that equipped sword. Feels like that is a must. What else did we have? Not be stunned. A charge attack. That could be cool. A whirlwind. We can give him a whirlwind for our whirlwind. Forge breath. There's a lot of cool stuff. I haven't ever really used manifest armor a ton. Oh, I wasn't in town yet is why. I thought I was at the town. I tell you what, I think you missed it, SciTech. They said that it had been shown before. But one of the things that is really, really exciting for me as a channel while moving fan is really the reason I like Whirlwind so much, or Warpath. It's not because I'm just stuck on spin to win builds. It's that I love channel while moving builds. But there's an amulet that turns the skill focused into moving while channeled thing that also makes it pop with like lightning blasts. So there's a whole nother spin to win build coming. You know, but when you think back like to like say Diablo 3, I mean, I'm just as big of a fan of Tempest Rush as I am a Whirlwind Barbarian. And it's because I just really like the whole move while channeling type thing. I think that's just awesome. And I know nothing about the ability Focus. So now I'm going to have to look into that a bit too. Is that what Focus does? It's like a mana return type thing? It can be. That's an Acolyte ability, I'm assuming, right? A mage? I'm going to have to look at that. I mean, I'm very, very interested in that. Now, it's tied to a specific unique. So, you know, is that unique? Do you have to kill Uber Aberoth to get the unique? I mean, I'll have to look up that aspect of it. Right, it's a channeled skill, but this amulet allows you to channel it while moving. And it said something, I'll have to go back and clip it and look at it, but it said something about like a lightning blast or something like that. And then it does all, you know, it does what you would expect for a channel while moving thing, like it reduces your movement speed down to 80%, etc. So, I mean, it does like the expected things.
No, she told me it'd take the courage of a Ruby Nagasa. I didn't expect this.
All right, there's the fourth point.
To giving her a piece of my mind.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look through the build planner and look at that skill and see what all it has tied into it. That, and like I said, it's, if we knew that it was an easy unique to get, I think just out of curiosity's sake, I would make that my starter. Because it just sounds incredibly cool to me. It has some good shock passives. I'm very, very curious about that. What do we got? A ring. Ring of the Third Eye. Ooh, ooh. Getting my butt handed to me trying to pick up the shards. Alright, well that was not the right way. Oh, we got to go all the way around to the left and then up and around. I should have timestamped that. I'm super, super curious about that. I hope it doesn't suck.
Hidden so close. A word of advice. Don't ask her about the diamond matrons. You'll regret it.
Might as well go one more point there and then get back into this bleed.
I cannot do that.
All right, man. We'll have a good one. Enjoy your evening.
Ah, yes. May I tear a smile upon you?
Hey, Snake Lady.
Greetings.
Do we have another point? We do. All right, he's got a whirlwind. Whirlwind on whirlwind action. Yeah, we got lizards for days. Oh no, was I supposed to go up in one of those? I'm not sure. I still don't remember the maps perfectly. See, this is a down and around situation.
Cannot do that.
One-handed sword. The humming bee.
Too heavy.
And just cracking off levels. I'm actually ahead of where I'm supposed to be. As far as zone level versus my level. Dead end. Took another wrong turn. There's something, a node, I'm not sure if it's a Forge Strike node or what. I'm sure it is. But there's a node somewhere that gives the swords more cleave range. Lang with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, y'all. I do appreciate it a ton. Just kind of doing some different test runs, getting ready for the update. Some good info on that stream, the interview today. What do we got? We'll banish that one. Well, thanks, man. I do appreciate it a ton. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I am very much looking forward to what's to come. But thanks again for the raid. Have a wonderful night or day or whatever it is for you. And we got points. Let's go more into the bleed here. Got Ring of Shields now. And then what? We can get our last moving forge point. Go here. We can get one more into attack speed.
The Emperor, you're trying over there. Go. I want to. I'll try. Hopefully, I will see you soon.
I'm curious to see how this is going to feel skipping right to the monolith. After we kill the tree boss here. What do we got? The Ashen Crown, Mage Helmet.
Let's meet there.
Definitely just running through everything now. Obviously not doing it very quick. I got mixed emotions on getting rid of the haste. Don't need that either. Going on, Shadow Shot? How you doing, man? Chilling out, playing some PoE 2. The buffs didn't help you out. I think I'm gonna have to restart to really enjoy PoE 2 at all this league now. Just too much of a bad taste in my mouth from the league start. I don't feel like this is the right way. Maybe it is. Yeah, we're back on track. Yeah, I mean, if you got something you're enjoying playing, I know you're a big fan of Monster Hunter. They just had that big update. If you got something you're enjoying, then, I mean, it is a game after all. You're supposed to be enjoying it, right?
Jackpot. Here I was, hoping this would lead us closer.
You would probably really like Last Epoch if you ever got into it. Got a cool boss fight. Well, I mean, that's awesome. Chance to ignite on hit. I think I went the wrong way again. I think it's down and around, not up and around. We'll see if this loops back around. Hopefully. Doesn't look like it's going to. This looks more like the way. Right, let's see what we can do here now. Get our last bleed point. Oh, I got more. Hold on. Where are we wanting to go from there? Increase forge weapon duration. That's huge. Then we got ignite, or we can go down to this blast forge. Just go into the ignite first.
I'm glad we have seen before. And when he fled, I saw him heading deep.
I am Yulia. From the heart of the citadel is beyond. There is an exit near the Emperor's throne, giving you a chance to...
I cannot do that.
I mean, this build feels pretty good. It doesn't feel as strong as Ignite or Echoing Warpath. I haven't had crazy luck with gear either, though. I'll let that one live. Slappa with the sub. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it an absolute ton, and the follow as well. All right, back to Ulrich.
us some good news for once, eh?
Yeah, that's a lot of flat damage there. Oh, and I get 2 more forge weapons at 5 points. That'll bring me up to 12. Shit, man, I wish I would have looked at that. I probably would have spec'd into that earlier. That crab just dies. All right. Hopefully we're going to run into all these guys. These are the patrolling mobs. Like one of them's right here. Uh-oh, he running from me. God, he's running away fast. There we go. Smashing through all this stuff quick. Just not moving very fast. Am I streaming the game every day? There's probably a pretty good chance of it, yeah. May not be every day, but definitely quite a bit. Next week, the experimental update is supposed to come to 7 Days to Die. So I'll definitely stream that for a couple of days to check out the new stuff. But 2 days later, the big update hits this game, so I'll be back to streaming this one for my season start and all that good stuff. That's actually what I'm trying to figure out now, is who I'm going to start. The 7 Days to Die update has is going to bring the weather systems and stuff in. So like there will be radiation areas and stuff like that. So it gives it a little bit more of a survival element other than just kill zombies. This game is incredibly good, Deuce. It doesn't have the amount of depth and customization as PoE does, but it's got far more than like a Diablo game does. It's very, very good game. It's got a great crafting system. It's got an incredible update on the way that actually expands out the crafting system quite a bit. I can't really recommend it enough. Anyone who likes ARPGs, you have to play this game. It's just really, really good.
This was once Solarum, my home, but now it is a monument to death.
Right. Boss, double boss time. It's on both. It's on consoles and PCs. Try to kill off Harton first here since he's got all the dots on him. And it's unlike many other ARPGs, the campaign, going through the campaign is kind of fun. Like, it's not a miserable campaign where it's like, can't wait till it's over. I mean, PoE 2 is going to be an incredible game. There's no doubt. They will get that game dialed in, and it's going to be badass. All right, we got our +2 weapons now. I wonder what I keep going, what I go into past here. Obviously, I got 5 more points there, but... Additional elemental resistance. This effects also affect your minions. That's with a shield, though. Fire penetration. You and your minions gain increased fire and physical damage. That feels like kind of a no-brainer, but I want to get some points into the poly tree. At some point. This last slot I'm saving for Sigils of Hope. Alright, so we should have 12 swords now.
I'm back.
Got to get them all out, of course.
This is Solarum. I can see smoke in the distance. I will not let Raya lead another massacre.
Whirlwind's a little weird on these ramps. That's the other thing they're due to look at. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm playing through the campaign. So this is suboptimal gear. And I started it as solo. Oh, shit. I started it as solo character found. So this is not using any sort of twink gear or anything like that. This is straight up. This is the game. Like from a new account perspective. I'm probably like 60% or so through the campaign right now. So this, I mean, what I'm doing is basically practice runs for the upcoming season. So in this game, you've got solo account found, where you can share items between your account, and you've got solo character found, where you have to find it on this character to use it. So this is solo character found here. And this is the slowest of the spin to win characters, I think, so far. This is the Forge Guard. I mean, with some gear, obviously, it wouldn't be this slow. I do too. I always enjoy minions. Nice. Well, welcome back there, Slepa. I mean, I feel like I just run through this stuff, and if it dies, it dies. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Pardon me, I'm still getting kills. Death Oath, Death Aura. It's a farm blight. I love blight and PoE. I can't wait till they add that into PoE too. Alright, let's see what's in this one. Well, there's a taste of blood and a cradle of their erased. Might as well go for this one. The single target feels pretty good with this build. But I feel like with the overall clear, the other variants are maybe a little bit faster. Oh yeah, I played my fair share of Righteous Fire for sure. Betty Bird. Betty Bird here to ruin the day. All right.
It was too late. Ryan must be stopped.
I think we keep going. Strength with a two-handed weapon, frailty chance with a shield. I mean, those are all good bonuses too. I think we get going here for now. Like I said, I got to get 15 points into Paladin. But I think we keep stacking damage at this point.
Put your weapon here and did find one here. Here, come. We have much to discuss.
Alright. Throw this stuff in here. Actually, I've got slots. What do we got? Armor and fire resistance, health, poison resist, and damage over time. I mean, those are all useful. Not great idols, but they'll fill the slots for now.
We don't have much to love. If it is, then you will stay. We will have it is, but Raya is the larger threat. If freeing Mortitus is what we must do.
All right, isn't there a quest over here too? Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it.
Yes. Farewell.
Swords out here. Taking a little more damage here. I always take a little more damage in this zone, it feels like. I think I'm ahead of level. What am I, 44? Oh no, this is a level 46 area. So I did too much running through and not killing. I'm 2 levels behind right now, but that's still not too bad. Go another one into that flat damage.
I cannot do that.
They're just wrecking. These frost guys that always get me. What do we got? A mage idol. And what would be a badass addition as of a dagger if I was playing a rogue. Rip. I would never find that dagger on my rogue. Yeah, I got a loot lizard. They're abundant too. There's a lot of them. Go up here first. Got a little mini boss or something here, I think. Or no, just a named mob to kill. All right, we got points again. All right, now where do I go next? I feel like I got to go into the movement speed. But boy, the damage sure would be nice, but I feel like movement speed is kind of a no-brainer. Well, then again, am I going to have enough points? I think just for the campaign, we go movement speed. See, we got that. Let's go into this. Give him more ignite chance. Guy's gonna run all the way into the boss, isn't he? Yeah, he did. Very nice. What is that axe? I want the minion damage on there. Man, this thing's hit hard. All right, what do we got? Wingari Bile. All right. We're getting pretty close to being to the end game skip. Well, the second end game skip. We passed the first one.
Gods be with you. Yes.
Right, got a bunch of idle slots. Let's see if we got any decent idols to throw in. That one's a mage one. Not actually going to do me any good. Since I'm solo character found.
Yes. I see.
Let's see. What did I have? Health and cold resistance. I mean, that's not huge, but it's something. There's a chance to ignite, so two beneficial ones at least. Then, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Can I survive all this cold damage is going to be the only question. That loot lizard's on the run. Going the wrong way, dude. Good lord. Torch of the Pontifex. What level is this zone? This is a 47 zone. I'm 46, so I caught up one level. These freezy guys just do so much damage. I probably got no cold resist, huh? 2% cold resistance. Yeah, that'll do it. Good lord. No cold resist in the cold resist zone for the loss. Oop. I don't think that's the right way, is it? I think we... Oh, maybe it was. All right, we are just about there. We got one more boss to kill. And then we can skip to the end game. I want to at least see what a monolith feels like at this level. Because it'll be way higher level than where I'm at. God, it feels like I'm moving so slow.
What? Damn it. Do you not until I want. But who cares about that? I must deal with Rye. The lance is just up ahead.
I'm gonna skip that guy and just get up here to the boss. Oof. This guy's wrecked my minions. All right. Well, here we go. Actually did a massive amount of damage to him right out of the gates. I don't know, man. That felt pretty good. Figure I'm what, 2 levels under? 49. Yeah, I'm 2 levels under.
We have the land, which but what? Tell me more.
The lance.
I know things are of course. All that if what to be of course. All that is left is to take the lance and bless it.
Alright, all we gotta do is run across the zone to the dying deer and give him the lance. And then we're at endgame. So that was, I want to say it was probably about 3.5 hours, maybe? I mean, not breaking any records. But also, you know, fairly quick. Maybe 4 hours. It was 3.5 to 4 hours, I feel like. The next one, I'm going to completely time it. And, like, try to actually go through it faster.
I see you have returned with the lance.
We have Herod's
Now
blessing.
it shall bear my
Now he's
final
gone.
blessing.
We have Herod's blessing. We must move. You're right. We'll travel from what, but we should get Herod. Death's storm. Yes, forgive me.
Even
Let's
the
end our
gods
conversation
cannot
there.
observe.
There we go. Travel to Deep Harbor. That is where we skip. So now we can go right to end game. And let's see what it feels like. Seriously underleveled, but it might be all right. Right, let's just do let's do this one and see how it feels. So this is a level 58 Echo, and I am level 47, so 11 levels under. I might want to get my minions out before I go zerging into anything. That's probably enough to get me started. The big guys will do big damage. So I just got to stay out of the slams and stuff. I mean, didn't burn the boss, but there we go. Echo complete. So, I mean, obviously there would be a bunch of re-gearing and everything going on in these because I'm going to be getting higher level gear. But that is the general strat, and then we would swap as soon as we get, or as soon as I feel comfortable getting a running through Sanctum. The minion damage, double health, and resist. That feels like that's a... Oh, I can't use it yet. Got to be level 58 to use it. But, I mean, that'll be an upgrade. For sure. But yeah, anyway, there we go, y'all. That is the Forge Guard through the campaign to end game. So I am going to call it a day here. And we'll try a new one tomorrow. We'll probably try a new one every day until the update comes out. But anyway, thanks a ton for hanging out, y'all. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful day. See if we can't find somebody to raid here on the Twitches. We got Perry the Pig. He raided me yesterday. So let's actually give old Perry a raid. But yeah, thanks a ton, everybody. Have a absolutely wonderful evening. And I will see you all next time. Take it easy, y'all.